Morning, Chair. It was one letter that was requesting for responses on both the report of the executive and the receiver of revenue. I don't think that that would be a statement of fact, Governor.
No, sorry. Let me give you the correct perspective. Since we were responding to the resolutions that the status on the resolutions, there was no resolution relating to this matter.
There was. We did.
We didn't receive it.
We gave recommendations on the executive. But with regards to the receiver of revenue report, the Senate adopted the report as is. And therefore, entities, even though there were no recommendations, entities were supposed to respond to all the issues raised by the Auditor General. And I know you have sat in this chair, and you know the process that we generated these recommendations. But due to limitations of time, the Senate took the position that the receiver of revenue report would be adopted as is, so that it can now be discussed during the implementation period. And that should have come out clearly in our communication, Clerk. Did you try to get the advice of the clerks on this?
That is the area that was unclear to us. So we did not, we are not tabling anything because of that lack of clarity.
Auditor, I thought you'd also advise the client on that.
Yeah, sure. Even from our side, when that communication.
And that explanation cannot be done as a by the way. It needs to be done properly and formally. And either through a proper appearance or through proper written submissions. So, Governor, we will direct that before we conclude this exercise, I think the clerks will communicate to you on the approach you have taken, whether we will require your physical presence or whether we are going to take written explanations on this particular matter. Because on the face of it, it looks very alarming that your bottom line has dropped by 70 million. There must be an explanation, but that explanation needs to be done formally.
I agree with you absolutely, but just because it has arisen verbally, there wasn't a drop, which we will explain to you. We had omitted capturing FIF. it was actually, there was a growth. But I appreciate the fact that we need to present it in terms of what is documented, what is verifiable, and what is accurate. Sorry about the mix-up. We will put it up and the explanation as soon as possible.
Yeah, so that needs to come, because again, even if you talk to FIF, the question would be, why did you budget for 480 million if that was the thinking? Your budget was 480 million. Your actual was 337 million. So that explanation needs to be on record, because there's an exercise we have asked the PBO to carry out where we want to do a proper factual ranking of counties when it comes to fiscal responsibility. And I think it would be important that the parameters that PBO is using are parameters that are supported by formal written responses. So members will take a view on whether we will require the presence of the clerk.
Responses for the initial, when we are requesting for the responses, we got for the executive. Did you get for ROR? And is it only for Migori or it's for the rest of the counties? Maybe we need to know. Did you get the initial responses, written responses, which you looked at to do our report?
Respond at the prevailing situation in March.
Or the problem is unique to Migori or to other counties?
Chairman, I want to confirm that when we were doing the reporting in the month of March, we had responses from Migori for ROR. They were there, they were available.
Because then it would be a different case altogether of non-provision of documents. Yeah.
Timelines for consideration because the ROR report was tabled on the 20th of February, 2025. OAG, this came outside the, we need to know whether it was relayed to Parliament earlier and just tabled late, because it was tabled on 20th of February and we had to we reported to the House on the 27th of March, then we didn't have much time to do the analysis. So I think Migori falls into that category where there seems to be, there is a drop in the reported on-source revenue. There must be an explanation, as you have suggested, but that explanation must be done in a proper formal sitting. So I think we don't need to belabor the point.
May I put it in perspective? I think there was communication to us and we were expected to respond in March. We did respond, and all of these documents were submitted to the Senate. Now, the reason why we are in the state in which we are, we had expected that the issues raised for which we are appearing today would have been raised for us to respond. But the fact of the matter, if you look at the record we have at the Senate, there was no drop in revenue. That is the truth. So today we came here with the assumption that the issues that required the status report were the ones that required the tabling of responses. But when it comes to the ROR, we have records of what we have with the Senate, and now that you have advised that we need to respond to them, because we'll respond to them, but there is no drop in revenue. That's the point I want to capture, and it is already in your records if it is analyzed.
Let's schedule a proper conversation on that because this is a report of the Auditor General that I'm referring to that has analyzed total receipts. Senator Gataya, go on record, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Senator Mwenda Gataya, the county member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Any preliminaries, Senator Chirarge?
Maybe, Chair, I find it curious that I've never seen a governor coming with a deputy governor, because I believe in order of governance structure, the deputy governor should remain back in the county, just in case of anything. Or governor, you don't trust your deputy governor, so that when you leave, you would have done a coup d'etat when you are back in the county.
Maybe the deputy governor is on induction.
No, he cannot be on induction. That is a governor in waiting.
Let's allow the governor to respond.
That situation would only arise if you are traveling out of Kenya. This is Kenya, Migori and Nairobi. Actually, we fly to Migori within 45 minutes. We are always on call, and the deputy governor is always at hand to support the governor. So we work together, I think it's better that way.
Yeah.
In fact, Chair, it is a rare sight. That is why he raised it, because most times the relationship is not too cordial. If you look at your neighbors in the region, there are some who cannot sit with their deputies the way you've done. So I think it is something to be applauded. Personally, I feel that is the situation.
Yeah, so I hope that SIA is taking note. I hope Transoia is taking that committee. Did I hear someone introduce themselves as the chair of the audit committee? The charter, the audit committee charter, you have a responsibility that intersects with what we are doing. In fact, before we go to the governor, now that the county assembly is not here, the county assembly would have told us whether they have already processed this report. They are the primary overseers. Many a times they claim, and so we would have been happy for them to be here to tell us that they have already considered this report, they have made several recommendations, and then the Auditor General for 2023-2024.
Let me ask my CEC responsible for finance and planning to respond to that.
Proceed.
Chair, we before the committee.
For which financial year?
2023-2024.
And has the process been concluded? Have you seen the report of the assembly following that exercise?
Not yet, Chair.
Auditor General, were you involved in that interrogation? Because it cannot be between the assemblies doing what they're supposed to do. Really, as a secondary overseer, we would have been happy if the assembly had done what is expected. But chair of the audit committee, I don't know when you took over office, but if you look at the charter for audit committees, you have certain responsibilities relating to the reports of the Auditor General. Could you let us know whether as an audit committee you have reviewed some of these reports, whether you have provided any advice to management on the basis of the findings of the Auditor General? Sergeant at Arms, please provide her with a mic. And maybe just reintroduce yourself for record purposes.
Mr. Chair, so that then she can answer both, because I've looked at the paragraphs, there's no paragraph on internal controls and internal audit. How do you work? Because then you'd have a good practice here, an example of a good practice in the counties. How many meetings do you have? You know, how does your audit report then inform the external audit? Just give us those, maybe those insights.
Yes, proceed.
I'm Florence Achin, Chair, Internal Audit Committee Chair, Migori County. Yes, we do meet quarterly to review reports, internal audit reports, and then we make recommendations on the gaps and do follow-ups. But we have quarterly reports.
And Auditor General, of course, you rely on internal audit reports for you to render your opinion. Have you seen some of those reports? Is it factual?
Yes, yeah. We normally look in terms of the way the governance structure is, especially if the internal audit is working and they do the quarterly meetings. That really helps in terms of the continuous improvement of the processes and also strengthening the internal controls. So we have seen those reports, and that's why, as one of the vice chairs said, we cannot see the issue of the audit committee's non-existence, or maybe the internal audit report has not been provided. So the internal audit reports are there, and the committee is also in place, which really helps in terms of building a strong internal controls.
Because these sessions are also to build capacity, what is your expectation of the chair and the team with regards to your report? Once you have issued your report, and of course Parliament is considering, what is the role of the County Audit Committee as far as this report is concerned? Is there some advice they should provide to management?
Yes, Chair. Internal audits play a key role, even the committee. Some of the issues which border, especially the controls issues, or even the policy issues, is being expected that the internal audit raise those issues, and they can also do the follow-up on the behalf of the managements to ensure that some of the issues which have been raised by the external audit are being closed. That's the only way you can able to see some value additions. So for us, even when we have the entry meetings, we really emphasize that the head of the internal audit must be in the entry meeting and also the exit meeting, so that the internal audit can able to pick the issues which are also being raised by the external auditor, for them to now do the follow-up issues and also collaborate the issues so that they can able to strengthen the entity's controls.
Fine. I think it will come, when we look at pending bills, we will bring back the internal auditor and the audit committee, because this is an area where you find that county governors want to set up task forces, and yet they've got internal capacity that ideally should be the first port of call for verification of pending bills and verification of invoices. So since that's a substantive issue, we'll bring back the chair and the internal auditor into the conversation. Unless there's something you want to say? Has your remuneration improved?
Yes.
As members of the audit committee?
Yes.
SRC revised the guidelines.
Yes.
What is it now? Because I think previously you are limited to up to maybe 4 sittings in a year.
Yeah, 4 sittings. In a year. We meet quarterly, yeah.
You still meet quarterly. Yeah. Could prompt the Senate to take some action.
At the moment, I'll talk later.
No, this is your golden opportunity. I am giving you an opportunity to shine, and you are shying.
Sorry, I said that because I was told I will be given another chance to talk.
That would be on pending bills. Okay. You are, and I think this would be useful for us.
She's never appeared here. The committee has never appeared. This is her maiden appearance.
Yeah,
That's why
she's never been a governor. So there are terms and conditions
Yeah.
for members of the audit committee. We have been told that counties struggle to get competent professionals. In fact, most professionals join the audit committee as giving back. It's almost pro bono. You're a professional, you want to give back, you want to support your county. Because if you go for the remuneration, it is not attractive at all. That is a perception we have gotten. Now we have found the right person. Are there incentives, proper incentives, for one to be a member of the audit committee at the county? County level.
Yeah.
For the rest of the counties. Yeah. And maybe authority, tell us how you report to the governor. Does he invite you, or do you, when you see a flag, do you go to the governor? How do you operate? We really need to understand and to learn.
Okay, so Governor, we usually take the view that beyond the CEO, there are other officers who have responsibilities. And so sometimes we will address them directly because some of them have got professional responsibility, the accountants, the advocates, the procurement officers. And if we find that something was not done properly, we shall not hesitate to hold them personally liable. But to the chair of the audit committee, do not be intimidated. What we are looking for are proposals to make life easier for other committees across the country. Unless there's any other preliminary, we could proceed to the report of the Auditor General on the County Executive of Migori. Because the Senate has already generated recommendations, what we'll do is that we'll look at the auditor, you'll refresh our memory on what your finding was. The clerk of the Senate will tell us what we recommended, and then we will ask the entity to whom a matter was marked to give us an update on its status. Auditor General, you could start with the very first issue that we had marked as unresolved.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The first issue in the summary briefs is about unsupported expenditure on the wages. And this relates again in terms of there was 141 million, which was already spent, and the issues about the temporary staffs that has not been issued with the letter of appointments, and also the supporting documentation for those temporary staff.
Secretary, I think just read your summarized audit finding, because there could be people following and they might not have visibility on the issue. Just read the issue, the amount, and the documents that were missing. It needs to come out very clearly.
Yeah, the issue number one is unsupported expenditure on the wages. Kenya shilling 141,269,005 was spent on the basic wages for temporary employees. However, the letter and the process of regularizing them or the engagement is ongoing.
Clerk of the Senate, what was your recommendation on this matter?
Mr. Chairman, the committee recommended that the county executive expedite the regularization of all temporary staff engagements through the now functional county public service board, and immediate steps should be taken to issue letters of appointment to the 441 casuals whose recruitment has been completed, and all supporting documentation should be made available for audit review to confirm the existence, accuracy, and completeness of the wages paid to the Office of the Director General within 60 days from the date of adoption of the report. Number two, that the county executive management should establish a robust internal controls to ensure that all future engagements of temporary employees are properly documented and approved in compliance with relevant regulations.
Chair, can I request on procedure?
Yes, Senator
Because my question will tie up to a number, because I can see there is number one, there is number 11, non-compliance, delay in confirmation of employment, and 13. Is it fair if we can go through, under your guidance, of course, the three of them, because the questions I would want to query on this might touch partly on the other three aspects of human resource? I don't know.
I would recommend that we deal with this separately because it has a specific amount. Okay. The other two have got a policy element to them.
Okay.
They've got a policy element to them. We can handle them jointly, but this one is specifically 141 million spent on temporary employees. And the auditor saying that that expenditure was not supported. And I think, Governor, when you sat on this chair, the conversation was when the
schedules annex 1B sample time sheet. They are attached. And if you go to those annex,
So the auditor had questioned letters of appointment for the temporary employees that were not provided for audit review. Have you now provided those?
let me answer.
Because you have said it is in the process. Now, in the process, does it mean some have been issued, others are pending?
We finalized with the recruitment. Actually, we are at the tail end. We have already identified the 411 whom we are issuing letters to. And the issuance of the letters is to begin, actually, it is to begin.
That you have closed the gap as pointed out by the Auditor General.
We have
The advertisements, whatever steps that you are taking, because now what you are dealing with is hearsay.
The actual letters. I think the evidence she had in mind was the actual letters. But if the process is required and they have thought was sufficient proof of satisfying this audit query was the actual letters. And I know for a fact that...
Chair, I agree with you that the non-issuance of letters goes to the our 141 million. This matter remains. This money cannot be accounted for, because if it is not this one of the query, the last time before you took over, are these still part of Sangwenyas that were in Migori? Or where did Sangwenyas go? Are you hiding them through this number of 411? Because, you know, if you don't want people to be known, or she has not even produced an advert of advertisement, work schedule, or even minutes of the board to show that they're in the process of issuance. In this payment voucher of 3,910,000 was issued to, there is no bank payment schedules, sample time sheets. This one, I don't know whether governor is this, that will be my second question. So you need to clear.
What you mean by Sangwenya?
But yeah, you come from that region, you are better placed
It is not in the Luo dictionary.
You know, we are not.
What I meant of the governor, they carry around the governor's Gisema Uchilo, wanasema 2 terms. So, but that is impressed, chair, impressed that you have always, it's more in record. So, chair, let's
schedule that you have attached at Annex 1A, bank payment schedules. You've seen all these people are earning a net pay of 12,473 and they work in the medical department. That's what it says. So maybe you just tell us what these people do on a day-to-day. And then secondly, Governor, you expect if you appear a day before those letters are issued and you want to demonstrate that you actually follow the committee recommendations, you just bring documentation that will show those steps that you've been taking. The advertisement, the shortlisting, any of those things, so that the bank schedules here really don't help us as much as those ones would have helped us. And it is very suspicious when somebody says it will be ready tomorrow, knowing today is the day of the meeting, and we will not be here tomorrow, Governor.
Following from what the Vice Chair said, you know, in this query, the auditor said that they did not have documentation. For audit review, like letters of appointment on the temporary employees. And now The explanation was these were inherited from the defunct local authority.
Housing levy, all of those things. When you look at them, they have a significant impact on what the wage bill means. There are also facilities that are completely unmanned. For instance, we have 167 health facilities, a single nurse and several casuals. If you look at all those dynamics, you will find that the number has to rise. When it is raised by 500 million, it may appear to be significant against our budget, but all the county budgets are suppressed because the county revenues are not enough, just like national revenues, the shareable revenues. So yes, 500 million is significant, but if you were to ask the ideal budget for running Migori County, for running Nairobi, Taita Taveta, I don't know about Nairobi, they have a better on-source revenue. We actually ought to be spending more on revenue, but harder times. So the number seems significant, and we hopefully will compensate when we fully achieve our on-source revenue target. And there is something we are doing about on-source to achieve the on-source revenue target.
You see, out of that 500 million on temporary employees, those are 4 times increase from 34 to 141. Now, auditor, I think you need to also drill into this so that you have clarity. Counties will hide under the percentage. So their percentage is 38%, which does not look to be too bad. But if you go into the details, you'll find specific expenditure lines with very, very insane increases. A 4 times increase on temporary employees should raise the flag. A 17% increase on permanent employees should also invite some questions. Auditor, is it something you have a view on, or it's something that you can look at much deeper? Because I know it is not part of this report, but it's something that cannot escape our attention as a Senate.
In fact, Chair, auditors, you are auditing. When you see that leap, big leap of 400, 500 million, what do you look at? There might be new employment, or maybe implementation of CBAs and so on. So if it is new employment, it must be accompanied by some things like needs assessment. You know, maybe there are some hospitals that have been opened, some new ECD centers that have been opened, some new employment, which then culminates into that. Or how do you then do your audit? How do you do your audit when you see that leap?
Yeah,
Auditor?
Thank you, Chair. For us, when we do the audit, of course, as you said, we look in terms of the comparative. As you pointed out, you see the previous figure that has been reported, which has already been audited, and again, the current now, maybe the financial year. So the question is, if there is a growth of an expenditure, there must be an there must be underlying explanation for that. So if there are casuals, you see, like now the way they are saying that the casual has been there 400,000, and you can see even the figure of 141, we are referring to those 400 casuals. So there must be an explanation as to why the figure is going up. And for us, when we do the audit, we even are bound in terms of that growth of those figures. We'll not just concentrate on the wage bill, as you say, but we look in terms of the items, in terms of the expenditures. And that's how we look at it.
So might we find the answer on this when we come to non-compliance with fiscal responsibility principle on wage bill? Are we going to find the answer? Because there was a growth from 34% to 38%. Maybe we look at that and see whether there's an answer to the question that we're raising.
I'm also being given additional information about the temporary workers. One, there was also an increase in what they were being paid earlier. I think about during this epoch, it was about 10,000 per person. It went to 12, or it went to 14, but the net is 12.5. So that is also there in terms of these temporary workers. And
Governor, why don't we just look at what you responded to, because it's tied to the substantive finding on fiscal responsibility. But before then,
Chair, I think, Governor, maybe somebody can assist you to write down so that we don't need to go back. The issue of 3.9 million, we are not commended. Chair, just to build upon the question I had asked, looking at note number 11 on compensation of employees, it grew from 2.9 billion to 3.2 billion in this year under review. And that year, the transfer from CRF was 8.5 billion. So, Governor, my question would be, you had indicated in your answer that some of these temporary staff were in municipal. Some of them were inherited. So, to build on what the chair has asked, this is significant, and I invite you to look at your own financial statements. I think the financial statement and note number 2 on compensation of employees, page number 36, that increased from 34 to 141 million. Yet in your answer, you had said most of these temporary staff were there even before you joined. What caused this significant growth? Because I can see in your answer, the action plan, you have said further, the board is considering recruiting additional 600 temporary staff to meet the staff needs of various departments by 30th December 2025. Governor, you are already at 3.2 billion in this year under review. One, you have said majority of temporary staff were inherited from the previous municipalities, but from the compensation of employees, that has grown by 4 times. So my question is, you need to say something about that, and this question of additional 600 temporary staff, will it not grow the compensation of employees from the year, I don't know the current one, because it's 2 years, 3.2 billion then, that was used as a compensation towards employees in in page 3 on your own financial statements. So will it still keep going up, considering that maybe Salat, what is the revenue potential of Migori County? Because in the answer of the governor, he has said he will work hard by ensuring that they collect more. So maybe you can just say the revenue potential through the chair, and then the governor can answer my two simple questions.
Maybe you should respond on the actual, because the percentage is based on actual rather than the potential. Okay. And the actual we had demonstrated earlier, that was even a shortfall of 70 million. So, no, but you have asked a fair question, which we can deal with some things with specificity, but also the governor can give us a broad picture, because we are used to counties at 55%. At Kisii was, we were arguing whether it was 60 or it was lower. I think neighboring counties like Homa Bay could be on 50-something%. I think Siaya is at 30-something%. Now, you have moved Migori from a very healthy 34% to an unhealthy 38%. So I thought that you were going to make things better going to Migori. So deal with the specific issues, but then also paint for us a global picture to ensure that we go back to the 35%.
Maybe, Chair, just before you allow, maybe just have this alert for my own comfort to tell us what is the revenue potential. Remember, your county was talking about revenue potential, but they were under collecting. But when we removed the FIF, we realized they were under collecting after the new act. Maybe you can just go on record what the revenue potential was.
So
thank you, Chair. The revenue potential for Migori County is 915 million. So in the actual, they are collecting a third of the potential. Thank you.
You know, you guys, well, it's not, I don't think it's your figure, it's a CRA figure, isn't it? The revenue potential. Yes. It needs to be reworked with facility funds out of the picture. Because some counties are reporting very huge collections from health facilities. And we have listened to the president say that nobody should charge a fee in level 1, level 2, level 3, including level 4. But we still find in your financial statements collections from those facilities. So who is telling the truth? Is it the president
we are
or is it the governors?
We are telling the truth, and the president is also not lying. And I'll tell you how. When you the president is not lying on this, and we are telling the truth. When you do not charge a fee on level 1 and 2, normally when a registered SHA person appears before those facilities, there is a refund. I think it's once in a year. What is it called? It has a name, about 1,000 per person. It covers for that. So basically, there is revenue from all those.
Is it the capitation?
Capitation, yes, you have the right word. So when many people attend a health facility, for instance, in my village called Manyata, there is one called Nyasori, and probably there is one in another village. The more they attend, the more the capitation is. That should meet that need. So it still generates revenue. So when the president says don't charge, yes, there is a capitation that takes care of that. Now, to respond to Senator Cherargei's issue, this is our response. One, when we talk about recruiting additional 600, we are talking about regularization. You regularize through recruitment. It may not increase the number, but it enables the county to issue letters of appointment. So that is the progression we are trying to make. We are trying to have the temporary staff have letters of engagement so that the auditors will observe and Senate will observe that we are progressively complying with that requirement. If you calculate our wage bill in 2024-2025, if you look at it, which is 3,240,000,000 and some other figures, against our revenues of 9 billion, it's at 35.7%. So it's not that we are growing exponentially and violating the requirement with impunity. We are trying to control the pressure. But again, Chair, from where I sit, and this may not be scientific, but I suspect that this figure of 141, just allow me to be 141 from 34, I think it is my administration is the one that is now capturing it accurately. I think the number 34 was suppressed. It was low reporting. Because when we now...
So where would they be paid from?
You see, the 2022-2023, we came into office. When we came into office, these numbers that you are seeing, we picked them from the administration that was ahead of us. They reported this as the wage bill of casuals. This was what, in my view, this is my view. When the actual report, when we did our own report and looked at it, this is the number that we came up with. I do not think, and I stand to be corrected, as the auditors will check, whether we agree with this first. Yes, we got people to man health and other places, but when we will drill down on the numbers, and now that it has come to my attention, we can see how many, in addition to what existed, we added. But it could not have raised this number by 300%. I'm certain of that. We have casuals, and we have many of them, and the departments have been paying them, and our administration is insisting on documenting them, paying them not through cash, paying them through the banks, and also having a timesheet so that they are not as fluid and as invisible as sanguineous. So this is the number that we were able to capture during this financial year, and that is what is accurate. Thank you, Chair.
Question?
Chair, I'm finding the governor's explanation very problematic, because the people who are reporting are CPAs and professionals. If you have 500 employees earning 38 million, and the list is there, and now you're saying maybe it was underreporting, and so the actual value is this. So where would we get the rest of the people who are being paid, or how are they being paid? You know, that is a really big problem to me, Governor. Is it possible to pick wrong data and to pick the employees from elsewhere and bring them into the fray of employees of the county so that the budget can go up? If paying 100 employees costs 30 million, then if they are supposed to be paid, there's supposed to be 300 employees, then we should ask, where were these 200 employees being paid from? That is really problematic to me.
Governor?
Well, for instance, when we came into office, 2022, at that particular time, you would find that there were casuals with arrears amounting to over 12 months. With arrears, you would find that there are health facilities where casuals would be working there. They are not getting paid, but they are actually working there. Some of them, if you looked at them closely, were as desperate to the extent that you would find them involved in trying to collect monies from the patients to survive on, because...
So those deduction at source to take care of them.
Some of those things. So in this year, when you now want to document everybody and pay them, part of the shift from 34 to 144 arose out of that one. That was the administration before us. We do not want to judge them negatively, but that is the information we received. Now, when we were documenting our casuals and looking at them, they were not new people, but they were not in this reportage. So when
did you carry out what mid-new governors have done?
Yes,
staff
we did.
Audit
Yes, we did. We audited them, and we audited what was paid to them, and the details of how they were receiving their remuneration. And the issue of casuals is a headache. It's a headache.
Have you seen a copy of the OAG's report on special audit on payroll in Migori? Has it been brought to your attention, Governor?
One was issued recently last week. We have not had occasion to meet over it. Last week was a sweet week for Homa Bay and Migori Devolution Conference, so we got lost in that mix, and we didn't have.
So since there's a special audit report on that, I think it would be useful for us to apply our minds to the interrogation that was done by the Office of the Auditor General. You know, on the surface, having been on the 34%, 33% ratio, we have seen worse scenarios. But it should not be a license for you to try and keep up with your neighbors. Some of your neighbors are not the best example when it comes to this particular matter. So please just ensure it remains within that 35% threshold. Senator Chirarge.
Chair, I think I also agree with the Vice Chair, because, Governor, this is the financial statements are generated by you. And by the time it comes up, it goes through the... So, Governor, was there any amended financial statements to try and correct or to put into perspective what you are indicating? Because in 2022, 2023, I want to believe that the governor was sworn in the first quarter of financial year, that is around September, because the financial year began in June 2022 and ended in June 2023. So governor had opportunity to rectify. So my concern, since you are coming in the first quarter of that financial year, even if you had noticed this, is there an amended financial statements to reflect the position that you are alluding to? And number two, would it be in order, Chair, to allude that if we can get the recommendations of the staff audit that was done, so that we can see what the, I don't know, Governor, whether it was it done internally, or did you gazette people who did that? So that will be my two follow-up questions.
I may respond. Actually, for 2022-2023, the provision of the budget for casuals was this, 34 million. And since we were in office, starting 25th, which was yesterday, actually yesterday is our 3rd anniversary in office, at the end of that year, now we were documenting the actual staff and what they were owed. That is what led to this growth. At the end, because we found the budget running, you expend what is in the budget. At the end of the year, you notice that there are some staff who have not been paid for 1 year. In fact, for those who look at, and I wish my senator was here, some of the demonstrations were going to his office asking for those wages, and my office, the people who had not been paid. So when we came to 2023, 2024, we had to factor these people who had not been paid for a long time. So that is what grew the number. Some of the ones that had not been captured by the previous administration, but they needed to be paid and they could prove that there was staff. So it grew this number. So I still strongly believe that this suppressed number of 34 million was an inaccurate number based on non-payment and non-accounting of the casuals or the temporary staff at that particular time. The accurate number, together with the raise and a few additionals that we had, is what cost the 141 million. The head count we did internally. We actually got the assistance of the professional body that is responsible for HR. For the casuals, we counted them ourselves internally. We also verified people's certificates, and some of them, about 100 and something, did not have the correct or legally approved certificates.
Now that you are casting doubt on the figures presented in prior year, I would also want to question how employer contribution to compulsory national health insurance scheme was at 230 million in the prior year and only 52 million in the reporting year. One would have expected that as the figure, as you grow your employee cost by 500 million, there would be a corresponding increase in insurance scheme cover. Is this 230 million therefore an accurate representation for the year 2022-2023?
To add also, Chair, if you notice at other personal payments, which I want to believe maybe union dues or statutory, in the previous financial year, 2022-2023, it was 67 million. But in 2022-23, it was negative. It was zero. Maybe the governor can speak to it.
So are these numbers that ring a bell?
Thank you, Chair. When you look at 2022-2023, the 230 million was a block sum of both the employer and employee contribution. In 2023-2024, the reported amount here, 52, is the employer contribution alone. So that is why there is a difference. If you look at the 230, includes what the employees do and what the employer augments. Then 2023, we just reported here the employer's contribution.
Aren't the contributions at the same ratio?
I beg your pardon?
Aren't the contributions at the same ratio? Because so you're saying that because now there's a pay slip, there's a payroll tax on the employee, it means that you are not bearing the employee's portion of insurance, isn't it? I've listened to your explanation.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds sensible that you only reported the employer contribution, while in the prior year, you reported the employer plus employee contribution.
Yes.
That was under NHIF.
That was under, I think, NHIF.
So under SHA, the employee contributes a certain percentage.
That is true.
Which is what? What's the percentage?
It varies. It's can we get?
Is it 2.75? And the employer's contribution? The employer's contribution matches.
I think it is slightly more.
Because if the employer's contribution matches, then we are assuming that in this year the expenditure, both from employer and employee, on compulsory national insurance was 104 million. You're following my argument.
This one is 2024, isn't it? Which is, this share business was, this share business is a little later.
It was a little later, so that cannot be the explanation. Because if 1 year you are at 230, the next year you're at 52, it either means, and this is compulsory insurance. This is not even comprehensive health insurance.
Health insurance scheme. Let me give you some other explanation about health insurance scheme. Health insurance scheme is a scheme that management decides the extent. You can make it as comprehensive as you have, without disclosing which counties, but you will check it because you are in a position to know. Other counties spend more than the expenditure is different. So in 2023, 2024, I think in our discretion and in our budget also, we reduced. But what we reported here...
Governor, this is compulsory. This means health insurance established by statute. So there is no option.
I am mixed up. But 2022, 2023, the figure, it was a block figure. Or let me just allow my, the the head of financial services to.
Yeah, because we want to find out whether, as you said, the 34 was underreported. Could the 230 also have been a misreporting? Because it does not relate with the year under review.
Then, Chair, as he prepares to answer, then it will mean the entire financial statements is wrong.
Yeah, we can take a view and
Yes.
find out who the CPAs were.
Correct.
Who prepared the financial statements.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, what happens, if you look at the template that is given, employer contribution, that is more of an expense to the company. So we need to separate an expense from the actual salary that is paid to the staff. So that's why in 2023, 2024, the employer contribution, which is an expense, it is supposed to be reported separately from what the employee contributes, because this is an expense to the county. Now, what could have happened in 2022-23? They reported the whole sum, what was paid, actual payment to NHIF, be it staff contribution, be it the employer contribution, and probably there could be arrears.
Are you an accountant?
Yes, I'm an accountant.
Accountants don't speak in terms of probably or likely.
Okay, because I don't.
Accountants speak in terms of factual numbers and factual scenarios. Probabilities is left to other professions.
So thank you, Chair. Probably what I would request to be
like
given
Christian
time.
Religious Organization, CRE.
Yeah, I mean,
You
there's
can say
a
Jesus
probability
may
of going
come.
to heaven.
Can I serve the accountant by
the
saying
professional
this?
continue?
Professional.
He's a valid CPA. Yeah. Can I say this? The amount of 230 million can be broken down into understandable units. It may have been arrears, it may have been, in this kind of setting, if you were asked specifically to break it down, they can break it down and explain, but definitely that was a figure. How it may not accurately relate with the staffing, the temporary staff of 34 that were earning 34 million. But there must be an explanation because it's a figure spent.
Do we have that explanation, or we can ask the Auditor General?
As we sit here, we may not avail the accurate facts as we sit here, because when you come to an engagement like this one, there are certain notes that you don't carry with you, but that figure is a block figure. Now, how it accumulated to that amount can be the subject matter of additional explanation.
And what about the 67 million that was just described as other personnel payments, which could not find, which could not fit in any of the charts or any of the accounts in the chart? 67 million. You did pay it in 23-24, but it was paid in 22-23. We are trying to establish, following your earlier disclaimer, we are trying to establish whether the report for 22-23 was truly reflective of the state of financial affairs in the county. Because you put a disclaimer on the 34, we have the 230, which we don't seem to understand. What about this 67 million that was just paid as other personnel payments? Because I would have expected it to be broken down as maybe permanent employees, temporary employees, insurance. What is this other personnel payments?
For now, what I can say that the 230, the 67 require additional notes or additional explanation that may not be available as we sit here. Accurate and additional information requires indulgence, maybe a few days so that you can have it. I think the reporting template is also over-summarized. For us, people of letters, maybe Sifuna and I, we don't understand basic summaries, one bullet, another bullet. But for people who run finances, they can be given room to break down these 230, break down these 67 into appreciable and understandable explanations.
So, Auditor General, we are requesting that as you are doing the substantive year audit on the issues of HR, you must provide an assurance that the 230 million, the 67 million, the 34 versus 141 million can be justified, can be explained. And if there is no justification, then we will then call into account those who prepare the financial statements, and will also make directions on sanctions. So please look at that. But overall, Governor, I think we have asked many questions, but it is also fair to say that it is impressive and it is possible for counties to be at 35%. There are governors who have come here and said it is impossible because of defunct local authorities. But you have demonstrated that it is possible to stay within that threshold. So I think this is a rare case where we are compelled to give flowers to a governor on the issue of wage bill. Please don't let it balloon any further. Honorable members, can we then move to the next issue? Because there we have discussed 38% of the total expenditure of Migori. Now we can go to the other issues that were raised by the Auditor General. OAG, let's go back to the second issue on unsupported legal expenses.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Issue number 2, unsupported legal expenses. Kenya shilling 50,326,213 was utilized for the payment of the legal services. However, the fee notes provided for audit.
Sorry. My mind is working clock back. So I can see your direction looks similar to the other issues I had raised, because the other 3 questions will come back to the note that you are talked about compensation of employees.
Yes.
So will the other ones fall by the sword of the direction that you have given in number 1?
Yes, they'll
so
require,
that we close on HR.
Yes, we'll close on HR, so
Yes.
the Auditor General will give us that assurance.
Okay.
So the status of that matter is that it remains unresolved pending confirmation on the propriety of the other payments.
And it affects number 11, 12, and 13 because you have alluded to wage bill fiscal responsibility.
Yes,
So
actually the other one of unconfirmed, I think was something around
non-compliance, delayed confirmation of employment, and
that one the auditor has marked as addressed.
Okay.
So when it comes to HR, I think the directives you've given to the OAG shall apply. Okay, proceed, Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. The issue number 2 is unsupported legal expenses. Kenya shilling 50,306,213 was utilized for the payment of the legal services. However, the fee notes provided for audit did not indicate the nature of the work done for the amount claimed. No tabulation was also provided to show how the fee notes conformed to the Advocates and Remuneration Order 2014. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk, what was the recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, the committee recommended the county executive to make a provision in its budget for contingency liability in respect of legal fees pursuant to Regulation 25(2)E of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015. Number 2, that the EACC initiates an investigation with the view of causing prosecution of the accounting officer for the possible loss of Kenya shillings 50 million, whose expenditure was incurred as legal fees without proper documentation approvals. Number 3, that the county executive utilizes county attorney to provide legal advice and court representation and should provide evidence of compliance with the County Attorneys Act within 60 days of the adoption of the report.
Okay, so I think there was a first action on the county executive to make provision for contingent liabilities. Governor, what has been done on that?
The management commits to provide for contingent or contingency liability in supplementary 1. That is the budget that we intend to do in the supplementary. But Chair, I had a problem with making the presentation on that, which I'll come to. Let me look at the second.
Let's first deal with the first one. The first one,
the
contingent
county executive to
liability
make
is not. How would you make that provision in your supplementary budget? I thought this is an issue of disclosure in financial statements. What does the supplementary budget have to do with it?
The recommendation, that's why I had a problem. The county executive to make a provision in its budget for contingency liability in respect of legal fees pursuant to Regulation 25, Sub-Regulation 2, Paragraph E of the Public Finance Management County Governments Regulation 2015. Now, the issue, the challenge I had was when you look at the audit issue. The audit issue is very specific, about 50,326,000, which was utilized for payment for legal services. However, what the auditor observed, the fee notes provided for audit did not indicate the nature of work done for the amount claimed. So when the recommendation is made about contingency liability, I failed to
No, they are quite related, Governor. As you know, contingent liabilities are defined as a possible obligation that arises from past events and whose existence will be confirmed only by the occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more uncertain future events, not wholly within the control of the entity, and some of the contingent liabilities may arise from litigation in progress, etc. So the prudential guideline or guidance of the committee is that if you have litigation in progress, make disclosure. It's not a budget provision. Perhaps the wording was wrong. Because you wouldn't make a budget provision for litigation in progress. All you are required to do in accordance with that regulation is to disclose. And in the financial statements, there is a page where contingent liabilities are to be disclosed. So I think in terms of action, what you need to commit is that in your financial statements, not in your budget. I think it was misdirected.
In your
financial statements.
That is how we got lost. Because
your
of
permission,
the actual recommendation.
Senator Omogeni?
Yes, Senator Omogeni, Senator Nyamera, member of the committee. I think the governor is right. He's very right. The audit query is on failure to provide supportive documents. That's the audit query. So what we should be advised by the auditor is whether the documents were subsequently provided to justify the nature of the work that was done for the amount claimed, okay? And then, I don't know whether Governor can expound. What I can see as your explanation, which is on column 3, is that you are saying the legal cost of 50 million includes decretal sums. That's what you are telling us.
Yes.
Meaning that this is not money that was just paid to a lawyer. It's money that includes a debt. Decretal sum means you are also paying maybe somebody was claiming. And I think if this has been ably explained, we don't need to retain it as a matter that is not resolved. Because we also don't want to be seen, Chairman, that there is one profession we have picked called lawyers who we want to hit left, center, and right. Some of us are also lawyers.
I don't think we have any problem with lawyers. We have just been dealing with HR professionals and accountants in the first 1 hour of our conversation. So there is no cherry picking.
But on this particular one, the point I'm making, Chair, is if you look at column 3, on the summary that is before us, the explanation is that the money, the cost of 50 million includes decretal sum. So maybe what we should know is whether the auditor was given supporting documents for us to be convinced that the answer is correct. The explanation is correct.
I think let me give guidance before you jump into the defense of your professional colleagues. When we make recommendations, we make policy recommendations, and we also make recommendations specific to the matter flagged by the Auditor General. When it comes to legal fees, we have noticed that counties are not disclosing contingent liabilities. Did you disclose your contingent liabilities in these financial statements, Governor?
That time, no, this year, but
correct. So that is the reason why the first thing we said, all counties must make an estimate and must disclose the potential liability from litigation in progress. It is not a budget provision. Now, the accountant, the gentleman, are you an accountant or you are probably an accountant? Or almost an accountant?
He is. Thank you, Chair.
How do you explain contingent liabilities within this context so that there's no misunderstanding?
No, Chair, you are very right. We are supposed to disclose this like contingent liability in our financial statement. Where we didn't understand is from the recommendation. That's why His Excellency.
No, but if you refer to the regulation, the regulation is much clearer than our recommendation, because the mistake we said is to make a provision in the budget.
Okay.
It should have been to provide disclosure in the financial statements. And I think that's an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
That one is very easy for the Auditor General to confirm.
Which we have done in the financial year 20.
It has been done. Chair, the Senior Counsel Omogeni and yourself, you were both right, because from where we sit, we didn't understand this recommendation. It did not arise logically from what the auditor had observed as an audit issue. But it's very invaluable advice that we need.
Do you now understand the context?
Yeah, it is invaluable advice, and we have put it in our current financial statement.
Correct. No, that's just an issue of disclosure. Now, we go back to the 50.3 million. This question was asked by the Auditor General during the audit. There was an exit meeting where the county had an opportunity to provide an explanation. That explanation, whether provided or not, did not satisfy the Auditor General. They escalated it to the Senate. When we requested for your written responses, you had an opportunity again to explain this. When the committee considered the written responses, we were still not satisfied. And so we said, if the auditor is not satisfied, if the committee is not satisfied with the written responses, then let's mark it to EACC, who have the necessary tools and capacity to advise us whether there was a violation of the law. Actually, on this, it's EACC who should be telling us that you assigned this matter to us, we have investigated, and we agree with the explanation of the county, and therefore, Mr. Chair, drop this matter. This is not our baby. In the absence of EACC in the room, we have an appointment with the EACC on the 10th of September. This would be one of the things that they'll be coming to report to us and tell us, Chairman, this matter you marked to us, it was decretal sum, we have perused the documents, we are satisfied that the county did the right thing. If they do so, we shall drop it. I think that's where we are.
May I say something? And this I also say as a lawyer. When you look at the audit issue's main concern is that what was presented for audit did not break down the kind of services that were paid for. And there was no indication as to either loss or violation of any law. For those who are familiar with advocates' remuneration order, I think what the auditors were asking for is what were the specific services. It had not been tabulated, so to discharge or to take away this obligation is to give an explanation as to the specific services that add up to the 52 million.
Has that been done now, Governor? Has that been done because you are responding to the auditor and you've had engagement after 30th? Has it been done now? Do we have the tabulation for the fee notes?
This is something that we can avail in the next 5 days, because this information and this request.
Chair, is the governor usurping your powers by giving a ruling of 5 days?
I'm just responding.
I thought you should be the one ruling.
I am making a
I thought
request.
3 years in the county would have made you forget that you used to be the chair here.
Let me. I am making a request. Basically, we are not worried about ESCC looking at this matter, but when you want to look at the tabulation, which we are the ones to do, we are able to give a tabulation that explains the services, including decretal amounts, that add up to 50 million. And the auditors can verify if a lawyer was paid 4 million, it was for doing A, B, C, D. If another was paid this, it was for that. These were decretal amounts that add up to. It has not reached the stage.
I think, Governor, this was not your, this matter was not assigned to you.
Right.
It was assigned to you at the time of audit, and the question was put by the auditors at the time of audit. It was as, we also asked the same question at the time when we took your written responses. And it is obvious that the written responses did not satisfy us. As you have explained it so clearly, let ESCC be the ones to report, because the Public Audit Act requires every accounting officer of every institution that has been assigned a task to be the one to report back. We are trying to do things by the book now. And if it's such a straightforward matter, I believe then this is a matter that ESCC can be able to establish within a day and advise us that this matter is okay, and we can flag it off. Senator
Chair, since you have ruled that ESCC, I think you said 11 or was it 10 September?
We had said 11th, but they had indicated the availability on 10th. So then we had to.
Oh, because I heard you during the evening show saying 10, so I was wondering.
Yes.
It was supposed to be 11.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
on upon consultation.
Okay.
So we are not. We are just saying that the
We are okay
explanation
with it, sir.
provided so far does not tie with our expectation. But since they are part of this committee, let them be the one to pick that and report to the Senate on its actual status.
Thank you, Chair. We didn't get to number 3. We are okay. We'll supply them with the breakdown. Number 3, the Office of the County Attorney currently has 4 advocates who are now providing legal advice and court representation. However, the number is not adequate to handle all legal cases to the county, resulting to outsourcing of external legal services. Then for bullet 4, our response is going forward, the management will recruit more. Again, that is the danger, the wage bill, and good lawyers require good pay. But again, if you look at national government with all the lawyers in Kenya, they still get external lawyers, including parliament. When they litigate, parliament has a legal defense.
Governor, just for avoidance of doubt, I think there's a committee of the Senate, must be the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee,
Yes.
that has gone through this particular issue of counties recruiting external lawyers. And I think we agree as Senate that there are circumstances that warrant that. So this recommendation should not be interpreted to mean that we are proposing a ban on external lawyers. I hope you didn't understand it from that context.
The recommendation, the county executive utilizes the office of the county attorney to provide legal advice and court representative, and should provide evidence of compliance within county attorney's act within 60 days. So we were just observing that in our establishment we do not have enough of them.
Do you have a county attorney?
Yes, we do.
Do you have a solicitor?
But not yet.
And that is required within the County Attorney's Act.
Yes.
So I think that's the demonstration that we wanted. To what extent have we implemented what is required under that act? But we have not gotten to the point of saying that counties should not engage the services of external advocates.
So I was just wondering if the county attorney is in the room, Governor.
No, the county attorney is not in the room. The county attorney...
See, the challenge we have had with many counties is that they use this provision within the advocate's remuneration order of complexity of matters, and it has been abused, so that even straightforward cases are forwarded to external counsel who are experts and have to be paid higher than regular advocates. I wanted to just know, Because you said there are many cases in Migori. What is the main dispute there? What is the nature of what is the bulk of these cases against the county?
Land matters. There are also matters relating to gold or employment matters, disciplinary matters, labor and all those courts. But there are quite a number of them. There are also people who, for want of anything, will stop the county executive from, the activists who will stop either a budget from being implemented, anything from that are actuated by desire either for good governance or political checkmating people. So there are many litigations going on, and I think it's part of our expanded democratic space.
Yeah, but most of those should be things that can be handled. It's just that maybe four advocates might be too few. But the totality of it is it should make sense that even if you were to hire more advocates, you would still spend less than what you spend on external lawyers. That is a balance you should be looking for.
When we came into office, we still have certain fee notes that are unimaginable. Some of them from our colleagues, amounting to 90s of millions. I do not want to disclose their names.
You're talking of 90 million, Governor. Here there is a lawyer who's demanding 1.9 billion from Nairobi County. That is the entire allocation for Lamu County in one financial year.
So we have such. There are matters we lose in court when they are taxed. You get a very steep one. But when you look at our tenure, I think the costs are going down, and we hope to manage them.
Okay, there's a substantive issue in the report under staffing of county attorney's office. I think we can handle the two, but I think your statement there is that you have given priority in the staff establishment. So can we keep this in view? We keep it in view, Auditor General. You can report on it at the end of the financial year to let us know whether some progress has been made in terms of implementation of the County Attorneys Act. But it would also be good, Clerk, for us to internalize what the House resolved with respect to engagement of external legal practitioners. I think we agreed that there would be circumstances where the counties would be allowed to do so. So this is a matter that we can keep in view. We then proceed to the next issue is land acquired without title deed. This one was a very straightforward matter. 1.5 million used to purchase land, and the title deed was still being processed as at the time of audit. This one, we don't need to spend too much time on it. Do we have a title deed for the 1.5 million?
Yes, we do.
So I think, Auditor, you can confirm that?
Yes, we have confirmed that the title is there.
So the other recommendations were policy recommendations, which, again, the auditor has indicated that the auditor, you have indicated that you can keep this in view.
Yes, yeah. This
Fine.
is more for policy issues and controls, which will keep in view as we go.
But at least for the 1.5 million, there is evidence that title was acquired. Next is budgetary control and performance. This action was marked to the National Treasury, but I think we are all aware of this is a cross-cutting problem across many counties. I think this was attributed to late exchequer release. So that's a global problem. We'll take note of the responses. Unless, Vice Chair, you want to mention something?
Although, Chair, recommendation number 2 spoke to underperformance in on-source revenue. And so there was need to digitalize. I think in the action plan, they've indicated that there is, the management has automated most of its revenue streams to enhance revenue collection, we need maybe to get from the auditor if that is the case.
Yeah. You recall at the beginning we were debating on how to proceed with the receiver of revenue report. And we said that it is such a substantive matter that it could require a substantive sitting or substantive responses. So maybe that could be the area where we interrogate the measures that they're taking to optimize on-source revenue. Because the evidence, as we say from where I come from, the evidence on the Kalatas indicates that there was a drop of 70 million. So we must have a proper conversation where the explanations are put on record. But now that my vice chair has asked about it, have you automated your revenue collection in Migori?
Yes, we have, but not to my satisfaction.
Could you describe what that means?
Actually, optimization of one-source revenue requires that you do adequate mapping, and not just mapping through estimation. Actually, if you are talking about single business permit, you need to map them, know them by name, then you need to put them in the automated system and collect them so that compliance is easy. We have the automated system, but we need to do certain things about very specific things about it so that it's optimized, and then we also need to beef up on our compliance. We are currently amending our revenue law, and I'm happy to report that we are looking at the one from either Murang'a or Homa Bay. We amend and create a structure that if it is put together with the automation, our revenue potential will shoot to what your officer had indicated. We are working on it. We are implementing this financial year.
Governor, let's get your view on this. You are using one IPPD, or one system for personnel management, prescribed by the national government. You are using IFMIS for financial management and record, prescribed by the national government. What would be the problem in using a revenue management system or a revenue collection system prescribed by the national government?
Our problem, and generally the problem of the Council of Governors, is if you look at the way it is designed, and if you look, and this requires more debate, it amounts to clawback.
Why isn't it clawback on HR? Why isn't it clawback on financial management? You have used IFMIS for 10 years plus. IPPD, there used to be life forms. There are all those systems, including e-procurement. Why is it that it is only on revenue collection that governors are drawing the line?
We just use them because we do not have options. If we were to tell you the ordeal we go through with IFMIS, if we are to tell you these ordeals, and I want to request with all humility that Senate needs to have a retreat with the county governments. As we speak today, we are unable to access anything. We got information that the National Assembly rejected a process for procurement. You try and access anything, even procurement, using the processes that are prescribed by national government. There is no response, there is no apology, there is no explanation. Occasionally, my chief officer finance, who is the authorized one, has to look for certain counties where just using Airtel, you can get something to move. That kind of solution is not as efficient as it's being peddled. But we on IFMIS and on all those other things, we have no control. Ideally, if devolution was to grow, then counties, and there are counties that have done well. You have seen Murang'a's demonstration. and other counties that have grown their own source revenue exponentially. I believe Nakuru has done so, and makwiny. So if we are allowed to do as we are supposed to do, we'll be able to get there.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, you know, Chair, I have sat with the governor for hours on end, sometimes up to almost midnight, writing reports. And especially when discussing all source revenue, the word automation used to come. And you can imagine 1 year, all source revenue, we must automate. And I thought maybe when the governor became, the center became governor, then Migori would have been a center of excellence on this issue of automation. What is the challenge? Because the challenge you're putting forward to us is that there's some things we want to do, some things to do with legislation and policy making. What type of legislation is this that is impeding Migori from full automation? Because I thought, really, because you sat where Senator Gachagua is sitting, you'd make Migori center of excellence. What is the challenge? We need to understand.
Could it be that I think in the Bible, Saul became Paul, and in Migori, Paul became Saul?
Not necessarily.
Chair, before the governor goes, you know, Governor, you've raised a very interesting question there. The person insisting on that e-procurement is an expert who is your neighbor. How long does it take to drive from Migori town to Sindo? And I've actually seen you with him in this. I don't want to use that term, but what does he say? What does he say? Because you have direct access to him. What is this retreat you are proposing with governors, between governors and senators? What is it supposed to achieve? Personally, we want to keep some distance between us, because that's what we are required to do constitutionally. And now is the worst time to look for friendship in the Senate. What is that meeting supposed to achieve that you cannot have a conversation with that expert from your neighboring county?
3 responses. First, I want to say that the reason automation has not worked in Migori, and we received advice from the former governor, Nderitu Murithi. We received very good advice. Automation is basically technology and everything. The real weakness is on human beings. You see, human beings can choose to do many things that inhibit or slow down the automated process. So we started by identifying the right people, giving them the right capacity, and getting them to have the right mindset to use the machines, because they disable them and they do all this manner of things. The other weakness is, yes, the automated system is there, but if you do not carry out and specifically map out your revenue sources specifically, what you will be able to achieve is what is in the system. If you do not know how many sources actual, such that at the beginning of the financial year, just with the stroke of a pen, you can say from a single permit businesses, you are able to raise 250, you check with your people. The machine will not collect it for you. Yes, it will provide all those things. So what we have been doing is to make sure that we have the right data put in the machine. We have those machines. We have the right personnel. But now the legislation we need is to have the right organogram, the right responsibility, reporting, as we build the right organizational culture, a culture that is transparent, responsible, motivated, all of that. That is what we have been suffering from, and it's hard to build when you get into the public sector and you get people who are on a P&P, and to them time does not take them, they are around. You are a passerby, and that is what we are working on. And I can assure you this year, our revenue will grow by a few hundreds of millions. I can assure you, we are on it. We are just about to finish that bit. The hard work has been done. The legislation is before the assembly. We have a team that is working on it. To answer the the senator from Nairobi's question, the CS National Treasury represents national interest. National interest and county interest at times in terms of control are adversarial. The national superstructure has always been reluctant to let counties be autonomous in their arrangements. So when they introduce what is called the E-something system, it is for the convenience of the national structure. If somebody in this first quarter, which will be ending a month away, we have not spent a cent, it does not matter to them. They will not be invited here to explain why we have not spent a cent. But to them it is a tidy because they are able to justify what it is there. So that, taking that advice is very difficult. Then lastly, on the relationship between Senate and the counties, that relationship was envisaged in the Constitution. It is a must you cannot run away from. If counties collapse because your representation of counties is not effective, if they collapse because you don't oversight us, it will be a failure on you as much as it will be a failure on us. So you cannot avoid us. If people say that our relationship is bad, that is their own envy, and for us, we will continue relating. That's why we are here. We are here because we are represented by Senate. We are here because we are protected by Senate. We are here because we account to Kenyans through the Senate. And it's something we do not want to apologize about.
So on the issue of automation, that's why you have a receiver of revenue, someone who is appointed, who's paid a salary to implement the things you're saying need to be implemented.
Yes.
Because it's not just about buying the software. There must be processes, there must be procedures, and HR, as you have said. Is the receiver of revenue part of this delegation?
No, he's not part of this delegation.
Yeah, so it would also be important that when you are considering the on-source revenue, the receiver of revenue is present, because that's the person who's being paid a salary to implement the things that you're talking about. So, Clerk, I believe Migori would feature on the top 10 counties that had issues on the ROR, because there's a reported drop. So we will have to schedule them for a proper conversation. So, honorable members, can we proceed then? The next issue was late exchequer releases. That one is a global problem. I don't think the county could address that. It goes to the Treasury. Next is unresolved prior year matters, and that is what we are doing now. The next is county preparedness to transition to accrual accounting. We had a meeting with the CS Treasury, and he gave us the global landscape, and I think we will take the written responses, knowing that this is not a matter that can be resolved now, because there was a clear roadmap for transition. Non-compliance with the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board reporting framework. This is an issue that we can very easily pronounce ourselves on. Did we recommend that we report your accountants to ISPAC? We didn't make that recommendation. That was quite strange, because of the officers who prepared these financial statements. Eric Ochieng Jalango. Is Eric Ochieng Jalango here? Mr. Probably and Mr. Almost. Why? What difficulty do you have in complying with the reporting framework? Surely. Why should this issue go through the exit exercise and clog the desk of the Senate? Such a small thing. If you're a member of ISPAC. Mr. Jalango, what's the problem?
Thank you, Chair. I think the last report we did, we had made those adjustments. The only thing that I had done, that wording, the supplementary two that the auditors were querying, I had to include it in bracket so that the reader of that particular statement could understand that the adjustment is for the supplementary. So their wordings as they appear in the template we used, but I only included the supplementary bit of it just to make sure that the adjustment we are talking about is for supplementary too.
So
that's
please,
where the
that explanation could have been provided during the audit exercise,
it is provided
even at the point of management later. This is not a matter that should come to the Senate. So please make sure that you are working hand in hand with the Auditor General, because what you're explaining makes sense. Why didn't it make sense at the time of audit? So auditors, keep this in view. If you still find issues of professional negligence, then we shall recommend disciplinary action be taken on the members of ISPAC. So this we can keep in view, subject to your confirmation. Next is non-compliance with fiscal responsibility on development expenditure. This is not addressed, but I think this is significant. We need to spend some time on it. Auditor, what was your finding?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That is page 10 of the summary. Issue number 9, on compliance with fiscal responsibility, principle on development expenditure. The statement of the comparison of the budget and the actual amount development reflects a total of expenditure of Kenya shilling 2.3 billion, which is 27% of the total expenditure of Kenya shilling 8.6 billion reflected in the statement of the receipts and the payment. This is contrary to the regulation 25G of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulation, which requires development expenditure to be at least 30% of the total expenditure.
So again, we are playing 30, 27%. I don't know what would, from Treasury, obviously the national government percentage is far worse than that. So you might be the wrong advisor. Plus or minus 3%, Auditor General, the law as is 30. But plus or minus 3%, is that an acceptable tolerance?
Share will still keep in view because the law says at least 30%. So it must be progressively for the development. At least.
At least 30%.
Yes.
Governor, our recommendations are fairly straightforward. Let's just get your action plan, because I believe this is a matter, it is a work in progress thing.
Our action plan is to, the management has automated most of its revenue streams to enhance the revenue collection to address the high wage bill gap, and that is what we are doing.
So your strategy is to grow your own source revenue so that more can go into development?
Yes, that is the truth.
Yeah, but also following from our earlier conversation, where we are seeing wage bill was growing from a healthy 33, 34% to 38%, I think there also needs to be some focus on that so that more can go to development. So we keep this in view. Unless, Governor, you have other commitments to make, it's something that the Auditor General can look at, because 27 is below the 30%, but we have seen cases where only 10% goes to development.
Actually, even something that will be going for us, with the boom in FIF, we are releasing some of the monies we were spending on running the hostels so that we take them to development. It will be significant. We used to spend about 200 plus million. So we'll continue doing that. FIF is freeing monies that were being used in recurrent activities in hostels.
But in this mix, Auditor, could you just compute quickly what percentage goes to the assembly? Is it 500 million that goes to the assembly?
1 billion.
1 billion?
Yes.
That exceeds the 7% in regulation. Transfers, it should be captured under transfers to other. Do we have in this financial statement the transfer to the county assembly?
Yes, head of financial.
Yes, Chair. It's not captured in the financial statement because transfers are always in the CRF. They are captured at CRF, not at the executive level. Yeah, so it's not in the executive. It's in the CRF financial statement.
Auditor General, is that the right treatment? Because in some financial statements, I've seen the transfer to the assembly reflected here. So what does the standard require?
Yeah, sure. Because the county assembly also prepare their own financial statements. So from the transfer of the CRF to the county assembly financial statement, we can able to see the transfer.
So what was received in the CRF was the 8 billion, 8.5 billion plus OSR, isn't it?
And what was the total budget?
Anyway, we have gone through this, Governor, I think when you sat here, counties would have just one report for the executive and one for the assembly. And along the way, the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board brought confusion, where now you had an executive report, a CRF report, an ROR report, and of course the others. When we go into accrual, of course they'll still be there, but we'll start demanding at some point consolidated financial statements.
Yes.
So that we get total visibility of the enterprise. Because looking at this, you don't get that total view of the enterprise. But you're saying the assembly gets 1 billion out of your total budget.
There was during this period they were getting 1.1. It was reviewed to 900 and is it 990 something a million.
Reviewed thanks to ceilings by the Senate?
Yes. But it's 900 and something million.
Percentage?
It still exceeds 10%. That's almost 11%.
Well, again, we don't have a say, and the county assembly, they can torpedo you to this entity as quickly as...
Chair, you bring a very interesting conversation that has been there. This conversation about the provisions of PFMA regulations that county assemblies should get 7% against the provisions of CARA, where CARA sometimes can go up 13%. And I've always asked myself, Chair, which is the way forward really? Because we know CARA gives a higher percentage than the provisions of the regulations of PFMA. And always we've said, wherever there is a contradiction between CARA and the provisions of regulations, then the provisions of the regulations become OTOs. But then, isn't it possible, Chair, as we are passing CARA, we have CARA conform to the regulations of PFMA? That is 7%. Why do you pass CARA with a higher provision? Sometimes up to 12%. That has been my question, Chair.
Yeah, it seems to be a problem that originates from the Senate. That the Senate then goes to vary what is already in regulation through adjustment of ceilings. And it's something that we need to deal with. But it has also been brought to my attention, Governor, that what we are celebrating in Homa Bay, in the form of providing autonomy to county assemblies, might not be reality. And that's section 109E of the County Public Finance Laws Amendment. That law we are celebrating, it's still the CEC, the county treasury. Okay, it reads, the county treasury shall, at the beginning of every month, and in any event not later than the 15th day from the commencement of the month, disburse monies to the County Assembly Fund for the expenditure of the following month. The disbursement referred to in subsection 1 shall be done in accordance with a schedule prepared by the County Treasury and submitted to the County Assembly for approval together with the County Appropriation Bill under Section 129(7). And the question was, does that still limit county assemblies? Or in the view of your CC or Chief Officer of Finance, it allows county assemblies to be more independent?
Actually, if you ask me, the county assemblies are independent. They determine, of course, within the limitations of law, constitutionalism, and other legal requirements, the rule of law. They have their budget. They decide what to use it for, pass it. We, on the part of the executive, is to facilitate the requisitions and they get their monies into their accounts. We share the common challenge of delayed exchequer releases. We share the common challenge of slow approvals by the Office of the Controller of Budget. And those are the problems where both the County Assembly and the Executive require autonomy. If you can free us from the shackles of delayed approvals and delayed exchequer releases, then we will truly be a government.
Does Form C still remain?
Yes,
Chief Officer?
Yes.
Go on record. Does that amendment get rid of Form C?
The Form Cs will remain, but now it will be signed by the Assembly if that law is implemented.
I thought Form C, the final signatory is Chief Officer of Finance.
Currently, yes.
There'll be a separate Form C for the Assembly?
Yes, if that law is implemented, we'll be just transferring money for them, then they will be accessing.
Will the Assembly be able to requisition directly from Treasury?
In fact, my understanding was that the assemblies will open their own CRF accounts or whatever it is, and then Treasury sends money to the Assembly and sends money to the executive.
The requisition is still the same. It's only that once the requisition has been approved, the CEC, the Treasury now transfers a portion for the Assembly into the fund.
Yeah, that's what I understood.
So it ring fences.
The executive should not have any.
The county treasury.
Actually,
they are still right in the middle of this.
Actually, what what the bill attempted to solve is superfluous. Just deal with exchequer releases. Deal with.
Governor, I disagree with you very strongly. In fact, that is one of the amendments that we didn't have to do if the county executives behaved. The assemblies have actually complained to us as a Senate that your Chief Officer of Finance are taking them round and round in circles. You have had these conversations.
Form Cs are very powerful form in counties.
From where I sit, and I can talk about the experience of Migori, we will always have delayed exchequer releases for 4 months. And we will have in our reserves pending bills. But when the county assembly requests for their recurrent, we give them, and we are unable to pay the pending bills. The reason is tumult in the assembly is tumult in government, and you can't allow it. It leads to some of these games people do not want of impeachment. So we are not the problem. The real problem is National Treasury.
Are you saying Migori is 4 months behind? The expert was saying
I'm just giving you the experience. I'm not talking about now. You will find, we received money in June. We received money in the last 3 weeks. We received 3 exchequer releases. But the assemblies were up to date. Where were we getting money from? Holding monies from suppliers, which is not good practice. Why do we hold money? We don't have the money. So if you give us exchequer releases, you can't hold assemblies money for a day. Or if you are familiar with their mood, if you are familiar with their anger, you can't hold their money. So when they complain that the county treasury is delaying them, it is just because the county treasury does not have the money. And they know it. They have to be very mean to the speaker, mean to everybody. But we take the beating because we are there. So if you were
Governor, let's not focus on the mood and the temperament of the assembly. We passed a law that we were celebrating and saying, finally, we have solved this problem. You've used the word superfluous. To the chief of the, maybe let me just hear it from the technical people, because if Form C still exists, then what have we solved? Many people are of the impression that Senator Sifuna has, that we have allowed counties to, the county assemblies, to generate their own version of Form C, to directly requisition.
Yes, I think what the Chief of Staff said is that the county assemblies signed their own Form C. The only problem is there is only one treasury in the county. And I'm imagining if the money hits the CRF account in the county, then the assembly also is duly informed that the money has hit the county assembly, and then the onus is on the chief officer to release that money to the assembly, which was different before, because then the CCO could refuse to sign the Form C and delay it.
Help us understand so that we have the right message to our brothers in the county assembly.
Thank you, Chair. For you to release the money to any account, you have to sign Form C for the controller of budget to give authority to the exchequer release. So if the law still requires to be the people releasing money to the assembly, then we'll still go through the process of COB, which Form C is still a mandatory for them to approve that money to be released.
But who signs Form C now?
In that case, since we are the people requesting money to be released, we are the executive will still sign the Form C.
Treasury, isn't it? The county
yes.
treasury.
Yes.
So the process will still be the way it has been.
It can only be cured if the law was saying from the exchequer, the money is released to the assembly direct. Then that will separate the assembly from the executive.
So the only progressive thing is that we have set up a fund.
Yes.
Where now you are obligated to transfer the money to.
Exactly.
Of course, the obligation was there because really, if the assembly has made a requisition, there was no reason for you to hold it. But we have just made, put further emphasis for that money to be put in a fund.
Yes, you have just made it kind of mandatory.
Yes.
Yes.
But the challenge, now I'm telling you what the challenge is. Assuming we are in October, and the last money we received was for July. That's the last money we received. We have August, we have September, and now we are in October. The monies we have in our reserves is, of course, monthly, and we pay our salaries. As we can wait for our salaries, but the assembly will request for their salaries, and from what we have, it will always be available. So when it is not available because our CRF at that time is reading 0, they will have the impression that there is frustration from our treasury. And that's where trouble starts. So the real thing is to unlock the taps if you can get legislation to ensure that what happens at the national level is in pari passu to what happens at the county level, then devolution will be protected. And if the Office of the Controller of Budget has an obligation to respond within a specific time, what we call a service charter. Because at times it may delay, the anxieties are uko kwa ground. Those are some of the challenges. That is where the main thing is. You cannot hold the county assembly's money. It is very difficult, and because of the autonomy they have, and we respect that autonomy, you just release monies. But you continue suffering, or your suppliers suffer.
So clerks, please note that we must have a conversation with CAF on the implication of the amendments that were passed into law recently, so that we can have the right appreciation. But also remember that Form C does not appear in any law. It is a procedure. So procedure can be, and I don't think it appears in any regulation.
Just a follow-up on what
it's a procedural thing. Yeah.
Because I thought it might be a bit revealing. You have indicated that there are times where we have requisition for money for the assembly, but the exchequer has not released that money to the CRF account, but some money exists there for contractors, and so you pick that money and pay, transfer to the assembly, money meant for suppliers. I'm wondering, is that one of the reasons why, if the year ends and this money now for the assembly has not come, then you void the payments? Is that one of the reasons why we void payments and increase on the pending bills?
That does not necessarily lead to that. What it leads is delayed pending bills. Or every exchequer release has money which is recurrent, and money also for development. So you will find that because we prioritize recurrent, which is salaries and others, you will find that there may be development projects that are mature for payment. But because of the sensitivity of the releases to the assembly and also releases to our staff, we continue pushing them back, kicking the can down the road until you have enough money. You first sort out the issues relating to salaries. If they delay, you will have many issues. So the real solution, that is what gives counties autonomy and also gives, by extension, the county assemblies autonomy. The misunderstanding they have had with our treasuries is that they think the delay is deliberate or willful.
Okay,
Chair,
so
maybe just for clarity,
yes,
so does it mean, and that law was signed in your county, in the state lodge, and I didn't see you in the picture, maybe I missed you. You can share with me via WhatsApp. So that I heard you mentioning when you were addressing the delegates at the Devolution Conference, and you hailed as one of the significant moments in the Homa Bay history. Although you didn't treat us very well, but that is a story for another day. We expected to deepen and widen devolution in Homa Bay. So, the Governor, your assertion is that despite the signing of the Financial Autonomy of Amendment of the PMF Act, the fact that you have indicated requisitions are still made, so it will also determined by your CCM finance to allocate or approve the. I agree with you that you can't prevent them from getting their resources because of their nature, but the interpretation of that law that was ascended by the president through, and I know CCM finance is here, is that it will still need the approval of CCM finance to get their money in their account as the county assembly of Migori, because after assentment of that law, and I had the chair of CAF, Kamanza, Speaker of Kwale, saying that now they will have what we call financial autonomy. And maybe that question is double-edged, because do we have the treasury here? Chair, was there treasury?
National Treasury?
Yeah.
National Treasury, yeah.
Yeah, they can say something. Yeah, Madam, we are here. I don't know whether Treasury has started that law. No, let me leave the governor. I think he has better things to handle than what I'm asking. Can we go to the National Treasury? What is the interpretation of this law? Because outside there, the MCS are celebrating, and they were painting the town red and saying, you know, now we have financial autonomy. We shall do oversight 101 without fear. I don't know why they normally say that without fear. I thought oversight is a constitutional obligation. So what is the interpretation of that assent or signing of that law by the president from Treasury where you sit?
Chair, I may not have much clarity on the law, but what I know is that when money gets to the county, the chief officer, the executive, they're the ones supposed to transfer the money to the counties, because the accounting officer of the county assembly is the speaker. So when it gets to that place, is the one who is supposed to do it.
Is that correct?
The clerk, not the speaker, sorry, the clerk. And they are supposed to forward the money to that place.
But I'm sure if COMB would talk, they would say that that money comes, you can't request, everybody can't request. There must be one to request from the National Treasury.
The interpretation of the law was that the person who should make requisition via COB should be the county clerk.
Control of budget is here.
Controller of budget?
Thank you, Chair. In as much as I won't have facts about the amendments, what I know is the counties operate a CRF account, that is a county revenue fund, where all the proceeds that are due to county are deposited there.
Still the county through the CCM
exactly
would make requisition.
Exactly.
As COB chair, this one will be the last one. As a COB, and have you studied the new amendment and internalized as part of your rules?
I won't want to comment on that because
Chair,
I don't have the
maybe
facts.
we can engage Mary Nyakango when she appears. Is she called Mary Nyakango?
Margaret.
Oh, Margaret Nyakango.
Yeah.
Maybe I've met some Marys in Homa Bay. That is confusing me. But I think Margaret Nyakango. So I think Margaret Nyakango, when she appears, we can ask her further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. No, we again, Malcolm, from a legal perspective, please look at that law. First, give us some advice internally, and then we can have CAF, we can have the control of budget, so that we understand and find out whether we did the right thing or the most effective thing for our county assemblies. Governor, brief one.
If autonomy, in the context in which it was sought, and I want to actually say that it's a good piece of legislation, is about having your funds. What autonomy would be there if you don't have the funds to disburse? That is why the issue of exchequer releases. You can have paper autonomy, but the actual money to disburse time in a timely fashion is what you do not have. The assemblies have justifiably thought that it is the county treasury stopping that autonomy. Unlock both, give them that right and obligate everybody, just like national government gets money in a time, everybody gets money in a time, and we are all autonomous.
I think, Chair, it's not just paper autonomy. It is my position that if it is the CEC and the executive requisitioning for the money, you might want to strangle the assemblies and deny them funds so that they don't do oversight. That is granted. In fact, as late as I used to be doing this committee, in 2021, I think, Mombasa was still paying employees of the county assembly. So how are you autonomous if your money for paying, you are holding back the money for paying county assembly employees up to that late? So it is not just about autonomy. It's about who requisitions for money. Even if it delays, everybody would know funds have delayed. They are late exchequer releases. But for as long as it is the executive requisitioning the money on behalf of the assemblies, and that money is going through them, there will be no autonomy.
Okay, what could be progressive is establishment of the fund, which then, again, we said that at the end of the financial year, whatever funds that remain there are retained. They don't have to be swept back to the county revenue fund, but we'll do a legislative impact analysis, and then we'll be able to advise the county assemblies.
I want to leave where you have left legislative. I think it is premature, and this should not go outside there to the MCAs and county assembly, that we need the necessary officers, that the National Treasury and COB, to study this legislative amendment before a common position is adopted. Because the MCAs and the county assemblies forum and the table of clerks of county assembly believe that they now have financial autonomy and they should be having their own CRF account, which is not somehow true. So I agree with you that we need to get clarity, and I want to challenge COB as part of your take-home homes and the National Treasury to go and analyze. And I know they'll develop rules and regulations the way they do requisitions to the COB, so that we have a common position. We don't want, after your meeting, Chair, that there is a wrong signal that despite what was assented to, as the governor said, is not what the MCA or what is in the public domain, because it was hailed as one of the significant steps during the devolution conference. And I know as we go for legislative assembly between the Senate and the MCS, because it was cancelled last time, this will be part of the conversation that we'll be having. So, Chair, I think we cannot take a common position. I think we do legislative analysis. Then from there, the COB and National Treasury can guide, and including Council of Governors. I yield.
Okay, thank you. So let's proceed. We need to wind up our conversation. So we are done with that issue on development expenditure. It's progressive. Auditor General, keep it in view. Let's go to pending accounts payable. Now, pending accounts payable, again, Governor, you had a pending bill of 1.76 billion. 1.76 billion. We gave certain recommendations in line with a motion that was adopted by the House. And all those many points there arose from a resolution of the House. We have analyzed your response, and I think there's one serious reservation that we have on your response, because what you have done is to annex a forwarding letter for submission of pending bills payment plan. Where is the payment plan? Because we also want to see that. Do you have that plan? Because just by annexing the forwarding letter, dated 19th of August, does not tell us anything.
It was submitted to COB, and the COB is here. We can furnish.
Governor, definitely, if you are chairing this meeting, you'd not take that kind of story.
What I'm saying, Chair, sorry.
Because it is that payment plan that would tell us that of the 1.763 billion, we are committing to pay 500 million, 400 million, 1 billion. It is not in the file. And if it's in the file, you need to point us to it.
There is an explanation here. If you look at the...
Because I want us for purposes of efficiency. We don't have to read everything. And that's why I'm trying to be very efficient. You had a payment plan. Demonstrate to us that your payment plan addresses the 1.76 billion.
Chair, may I put it in perspective? If you look at the audit issue, which talked about 1.7 billion in pending bills, the information that I believe the auditors have this, we have paid this amount, and what is left is 400 million. In fact, we exceeded the amount as at that.
Governor, this being a house of record, where is that evidence?
Okay.
Because this was very easy to satisfy. You ought to have provided us with your payment plan, a copy, and you ought to have provided us with evidence of amounts that have been settled and what then would be pending.
In the interest of time, can we seek your indulgence and avail that what we sent to the COB, we did it inadvertently, we didn't attach it in these annexures. But,
so since you are under oath, of the 1.76 billion, how much has been settled and how much is pending?
Can you read the exact?
Of course, we'll still subject it to further scrutiny, but just for purposes of appreciating what's going on.
Thank you, Chair. The 1.7 billion, that was a pending bill for the financial year 2023-2024, of which we had settled 1.3. We had only left out, we were left out with the 400 million. Then the 400 million, that is what we have planned for to pay in this particular financial year 2025-26. So the payment plan that we have submitted, which was submitted on 15, is the 400 million that was left, plus another 400 million that is for the financial year 2024-25. So in total, as we speak today, what is pending is 800, and that is what we have planned to pay for in this particular current financial year. But the 1.7, which was for the 23-24, we had paid up to around 1.3. So the balance of 400 is what we have planned to clear in this particular financial year, plus the pending bill for the 24-25 of 400. So in total, the outstanding pending bill is 830-something, 37 million that we submitted, of which we can be able to avail the listing, maybe if we are allowed. Thank you.
Auditor, do you have visibility on that story?
Thank you, Chair. For 2024-2025, we have not done the audit. We were relying on the 2023-2024 financial period, and Annex 2 indicate the amount of 1.7 billion, which is outstanding. And that's page 69 of the financial statements. So if probably there is a progression in terms of maybe the pending bill has been paid, then the audit cycle for 24-25 will still review the status of the pending bill.
Was Annex 2B attached? Because ordinarily you'd have the entire schedule of outstanding.
Correct.
The outstanding bills.
Yeah, in the financial statement, we have Annex 2 on page 69.
There is no analysis.
At the footer, it refers to Annex 2B.
Is there analysis of these pending bills?
Did you ever see the detailed, did they ever disclose the detailed schedule?
Like Samburu. You know, Samburu gave us the breakdown of analysis.
Yeah, Chair. I don't know how the payment plan submitted to the control of budget looks like, but I would really wish we saw it and scrutinized it to ascertain if it is in line with the first in, first out, number one. Number two, so that we make a finding if the projects have been, the ongoing projects whose certificates were raised and they were not paid, have been, the provision for payment has been made. Because here again, if we have ongoing projects, as stalled projects at times, and sometimes projects stalled because of non-payment of pending bills. So much so that we have projects that exist for many years without being completed. So we really need to look at that payment plan. And I think, Secretariat, when we're making recommendations, let's be clearer and say maybe submit the payment plan to the control of budget and maybe a copy to us and the auditor, so that we can scrutinize the payment plans. At times, those payment plans are not in line with the first in, first out, and also consideration for stalled projects or ongoing projects, so that residents of Migori can get value for money.
Chair, can I add before the governor comes on?
Friday.
I think as a committee to the vice chair, if you look at number one, we have said management 2015 and submit to COB a payment plan, prioritizing the payment of pending bills. That was our committee recommendations. But I think also through the vice chair and the chair, is we should have insisted that they should share with us, because we have only indicated they are sharing with the COB. So maybe we can get a copy. Secondly, Governor, you know I'm saying this because, you know, this issue of pending bills has killed so many of our businesses and contractors. I was informed reliably that the contractors of Garissa County have moved to court to demand the payment of their pending bills. And I know it's across counties. So, Governor, my questions will be one, which is the lowest pending bill that you have not paid, and which is the oldest pending bill that you have not paid? Just give a rough figure. Number two, Chair, I'm looking at the Annex 2 analysis of pending accountables payables, and I wish we would have gotten the breakdown the way we did for Samburu, and remember we are able to flag out some inconsistencies.
I think they need to tell us where 2B is, because at the footer there you are saying that the detailed list is provided as Annex 2B. Was that ever presented? Because it's from there that we'll be able to get the answer to the question that you have asked.
Or is it part of the annexures of the governor so that we are on the same page and interrogate? So, Chair, maybe so that as he looks for it, so that my question is complete. If you look at this analysis, construction of buildings, the payment was almost a half. Construction of civil works, there was still an outstanding balance of almost $500 million. That is 5 or 7 million. Also, supply of goods was 523. But in other, like supply of services, it was a bit low of 366. So it comes to 1.7 billion. So this inconsistency would have been important to know the difference between construction of buildings, why the payment was, looks like the payment was done effectively and with a lot of effort, as opposed to construction of works and supply of goods. Because all of them are coming to more than 500 million. That is a total of 1 billion plus. So looking at the analysis of Annex 2 on page 69 on the financial statements of the county government of Migori, it would be hard to know on the basis, and that is why I was asking the governor, which is the lowest and the oldest spending bill that is being, is it still part of pre-devolution era, or is it from 2013, 2014 financial year, so that we can make a decision? My final question is, if the Annex 2B on detailed pending bills is not here, Chair, you can direct that it should be provided, because so that we analyze and be able to know, because in this payment plan, if we had, for example, this Annex 2B, it would be very important to tally with the payment plan that has been provided by the county. And even, Governor, these supplementary budgets that you are talking about, we would want to know after the audit period, the supplementary that was done after, how much did it accumulate to payment of this 1.7 billion? So that as he comes to the final figure of 800 million as chief officer, is it Achuara or Chuara? Is it Achuara or Chuara? Achuara. What is your first name? It is better if I refer you to a first name. John. So it would have been important that as you tell us 800 million, you should be telling us in supplementary 1 and supplementary 2 after the audit period of 3 months, 1.7 billion, this was less, so that it becomes this. And finally, Chair, I hope the Chair of Audit, she is now relaxed and she has taken tea. We can listen to her invaluable insights on the issues of oversight on accountable payables. I thank you, Chair.
Let me just attach one question, last one for me. There's need to disaggregate these pending bills of 1.7 billion to capital and operations, because we remember when we had Taita Taveta, Mr. Chair, Taita Taveta is supposed to pay workers 800 million in terms of statutory deductions and so on. So we also need to know if this 1.7, how much is it for capex and opex?
Now, Auditor General, did you see the Annexure 2B during the time of audit?
Yeah, sure. For us to get this, even we normally ask the schedule to support that 1.7 billion. So I'm sure at the time of the audit review, it has to be available. Because
so why wasn't it tabled? Why wasn't it part of what was tabled in the Senate? Because whatever was tabled came from your office. Governor, was Annex 2B attached to your financial statements?
I believe so. It was a part of what they...
No. This question goes to the preparer of the financial statements. Did you attach Annex 2B to the financial statements? Yes or no?
I have to be clear.
Governor, this is a matter of professional responsibility. The person who has signed these financial statements and attached their ISPAC number is the one with the responsibility to respond to this.
Can I go on, Chair, to inform the committee?
Governor, this is direct professional responsibility.
It was signed by...
Was Annex 2B attached to the financial statements?
Can I respond more accurately by understanding the question? we are talking of the Annex 2B to the financial statement of which year? Because I'm looking
Financial year
Governor,
2022,
go to page
2023.
69 of your financial statements.
It is 2023,
It is Annex 2, Analysis of Pending Accounts Payable. At the footer, there is a note saying, detailed pending bills list is provided on a separate Annex 2B. Was that provided?
That one was provided.
I want to get this answer
that
from
one was
the
provided.
No, Governor.
Okay.
From the person who has signed a professional code of conduct as a member of this park. Was Annex 2B attached and presented to the Auditor General?
Point of information, Chair, it was signed by two people. Achuara John Odoyo, Chief Officer Finance, and Eric Ochieng Chalango, Head of Accounting Services.
That's a gentleman speaking. So was that provided?
Thank you, Chair. What we did, the listing, which is Annex 2B, was sent to the auditors, though we did not, when we were signing the document, it was not part of what was
So
attached.
it was not attached?
Yeah, but it was sent.
Auditor General, these are not the first financials we are seeing. All the questions we are asking, we look like we are shooting in the dark for lack of that Annex 2B. Someone has asked what's the oldest debt. If you had Annex 2B, you'll be able to see the oldest debt. Someone has asked about statutory deductions. If you had Annex 2B, you would be able to see the statutory deductions. So I don't know why you didn't find it fit to insist on this, because it has been provided in other counties. And I don't buy the argument that it is too long to be attached. If it is too long to be attached, then there is a big problem in the entity. So that's where we are starting from. We don't have full visibility on your stock of pending bills. We don't have any visibility on your payment plan. Everything here we are saying is on probabilities rather than fact. Let's hear from the Auditor General first. OIG.
Thank you, Chairman. I think where the county missed it, because on the issue of Annex 2, that, yes, the Auditor General had raised the paragraph on, if you go to page 5 of the Auditor General's report, paragraph number 1.0, non-compliance with the public sector Accounting Standards Board reporting framework, paragraph number 2. If you read paragraph number 2, okay, further, Annex 2 on analysis of pending accounts payable does not reflect names of suppliers of goods and services and the related dates, invoices contracted. So it was answered a different paragraph, Chairman.
And yet our friend was focusing on headings. You know, I tried to ask the question on compliance, and the Director of Accounting was saying he amended headings. But there was a much more substantive finding here that relates to what we are discussing. So I agree with you that you had raised it. So, Governor, you see where we are, that your report as tabled in the Senate did not have a detailed schedule of pending bills. And I believe that if you are the senator for Migori, you would be extremely interested in seeing the entire stock, because it is in that entire stock that you have fishy items. For example, you started the year with 754 million. 754 million. How old is it, as Senator Cherargei asked? You see, we can't tell without an aged listing or without a detailed listing. So this matter has not been addressed in any way. I wish you had given us a payment plan rather than the forwarding letter. What is your proposal, assuming you are the chair of this committee?
Let me come through. You know, the problem we get, we hardly ever have time to explain. Let me come through when we are here. Insofar as this audit report is concerned and the financial statement, it is true. My office has sent in soft copy. They didn't complain that it was long. In soft copy, the details of the pending bills, but it was not sufficient for the auditor. That is what is captured in the audit. it did not segregate the information as required. Concerning today's appearance, if you look at it, you directed that we submit it to the controller of budget. Now, when we were coming here, you had indicated the county government prepare and submit to the controller of budget. What we have done is just to bring the letter. Now, what we are able to do, the payment, the detailed payment plan is there. What we request of this committee is to allow us to submit it. There is nothing willful, there is nothing deceitful about us not bringing it here. It's just following strictly what was recommended and trying to comply with it. But we can avail it. I believe even the Controller of Budget's office has it. It's a requirement in the current budget, and even the current budget we have to.
Governor, was there a conversation between your team and the Office of the Auditor General prior to this meeting? And was it the advice of the Auditor General that it is just sufficient to attach a forwarding letter, knowing what we have done with the other entities? Dr. Was that your advice to the entity, that all they need to do is to attach a forwarding letter without the substantive documentation attached?
No, Chair, because we can't advise the client that this is the first thing they have to look at the issues, and we are also aligning their responses in reference to how they are responding to the issues. And again, the evidence of proving in terms of the write-ups depends on the clients. So for us, sufficient support is very key in terms of decision making. So we don't just limit.
So Governor, you're defending the indefensible. Just giving us a letter saying that we hereby forward a payment plan cannot be sufficient documentation or evidence for purposes of our proceedings, and you must direct your officers that before they come to the Senate, there must be concurrence with the Office of the Auditor General on the evidence, the threshold of evidence required here. And I think that you would have made a similar ruling 3 years ago if you are sitting here. As things stand, we do not know how old the debt in Migori is. We do not know what has been paid. We do not know whether favored contractors are the ones being paid. We do not know whether statutory deductions are still part of that stock of debt. We are shooting in the dark. And I think this is where the Public Audit Act says that an accounting officer shall demonstrate or shall implement the recommendations of the Senate or explain why they cannot implement, failure to which Parliament may. Well, can you read that? Because I think we are going towards that direction.
Chairman, give me a moment to refer to the Act.
Yes, failure to which Parliament has got the power to pronounce itself on certain administrative action. In fact, the wording including reduction of rank or, because I don't understand why for 1.7 billion, all we can work with to Nairobi is a forwarding letter to the control of budget.
Chair, just allow me to, let me just read your recommendation. You know, I'm very fair in my thinking.
This is not, let me also guide you.
Yes.
These recommendations were sent earlier to all county governments the moment the House adopted the motion. We call it the Ledama motion. There was a motion that was debated for almost 2 weeks. And it is a motion that gave rise to these recommendations. And we just picked the recommendations out of that motion because it is a matter of pending bills. But knowing how this committee works, Governor, and you have chaired not just PAC in Senate, you have sat in PIC in the National Assembly, you cannot walk to Nairobi with a forwarding letter. You must, even if it's a copy of what was sent to COB, you must demonstrate and you must update us because really, then this meeting would have been held between you and the COB. So I just wanted us to look at the section of the Public Audit Act where we might be drawing certain recommendations in the interim before we give further directions. On implementation in the Public Audit Act. Oh, Malcolm?
Yes, Chair, this section 53 of the Public Audit Act, it reads as follows. The relevant accounting officer of a state organ or public entity shall, within 3 months after Parliament has considered and made recommendations on the audit report, A, take the relevant steps to implement the recommendations of Parliament on the report of the Auditor General, or B, give explanations in writing to the Parliament why the report has not been acted to. Subsection 2, failure to comply with the provisions of subsection 1, the accounting officer shall be in contempt of Parliament or the County Assembly, and upon determination by Parliament or the relevant County Assembly, Parliament or the relevant County Assembly may recommend administrative sanctions such as removal of the accounting officer, reduction in rank, among others.
That section has not been tested, or this committee has never tested that section. But we are trying to do things in accordance with the Public Audit Act this year, and that's why the procedures seem to have changed. So we shall apply our minds to that and perhaps test it. But now that there is 1.7 billion that we don't have visibility on, and the audit is going on, Auditor General, do you think if you dealt with this comprehensively in the ongoing audit, it would be much more useful than doing a separate analysis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, like now even the issue of the pending bill, now that the entities are even moving to accrual basis, as you say, the aging analysis of the pending bill, now it will be a key area for us even to check in terms of the aging analysis. And even the accrual basis now requires that this pending bill should be reported under the balance sheet as payables. So it will be a very key area even in terms of the accrual reporting now.
So they have no choice but to reconcile it.
Yes, yes, the aging analysis is very key.
Okay, but there is reconciling it, and then there's also paying people who have done business. You have 754 million, which you can tell is 2 years old. We don't know whether it has been paid. So how are we going to get that visibility? Senator Marum.
Yeah, and also, as we are auditing auditor, if you look at recommendation number 5, it is clear that the county government should, in consultation with COB, provide a budget for completion of all existing projects, and that initiation of new projects to cease until completion of the existing. I don't know how you audit that, because then, Chair, it has been improper for governments to start new projects, yet they have not completed ongoing projects. I've seen this one in my own county. A borehole that was drilled in 2015. Up to now, it is not in use. The water has not been abstracted or distributed, and those people require water. So how can you explain that? It is important that existing projects are complete before starting new projects. As a recommendation, I don't know how you are auditing this, because the management did not respond on it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of the project implementation, which of course, even for us when we do the audit, is key area or high risk area that we raise, it's advisable that probably the entity completes the project. There is no need of maybe starting a new project and when probably some of the ongoing project has not been completed. And this has an effect because you will see a roll-off of the projects, a number of them, and probably if the management could just take focus on the key specific projects, then it means there will even be sufficient budget for them to complete those projects. But if there is a scenario whereby there are so many projects which are being run, then all of a sudden you realize all the projects are either stalled or is incomplete. Then the issue again, value for money arises, because for how long will you take to complete the project? Because there is also an obligation for these projects to be completed within a timeline and at a cost. Yeah.
And Chair, in addition, variation will come into place. So I think to have a correct view is my proposal. We should see those supplementary to that was done under that year to see if 1.7 billion was really paid to, and then we see the payment plan. I think it is hard, the payment plan and the schedule, detailed schedule of the pending bills. That is why, Chair, we are crippled. We can't prosecute this question conclusively because we can't see the payment plan nor the analysis of Annex 2B that was to be provided in the financial statements of Migori County government. So, Chair, we are at a loss on how to proceed unless you give direction on the same.
Governor, this payment plan, was it approved by the control of budget? Does the control of budget need to approve it, or the control of budget is just informed?
Yeah, the payment plan is a commitment. If you have monies that are allocated for pending bills, you make a commitment, honor them, and it is only those that you have committed to that you don't introduce any other thing outside that, so that it provides certainty, it provides clarity and everything. So it is part of the budget. You give the controller of budget.
Okay, Senator Morgan.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm, Chair. This problem of arbitrary reallocations out of the approved budget, I don't know, Chair, whether Governor can confirm that this has now been fully addressed. It was an issue that we raised under point 4. But your response does not seem to address that that particular concern.
Governor?
You are meant to curb instances of arbitrary reallocation out of the approved budget estimates. Has that now been resolved? It was raised, it was part of our recommendations, point number 4. Your response just says you will prepare supplementary budget, but the problem was that arbitrary reallocations. What have you done to curb it?
When we look at the audit issue, the primary audit issue, in our estimation, did not observe that that was our behavior. I can only say that it has not been our practice. Yes, the recommendation is there, and I think it is a restatement of what we should continuously observe. As a county, we do not arbitrarily relocate. We don't.
I think, Governor, provide the payment plan to the Auditor General and copy to the clerk. And if it's something that has already been circulated, that is something that can be done even by the end of this week, or even by close of business today, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Provide the payment plan. We shall look at it and then take a determination on whether we should go the route that the legal officer had proposed. But for us, our concern was to assure the citizens of the residents of Migori that of the 1.7, indeed it is true. Indeed, it is true that I think you said only 800 was pending.
From the 1.7, and by the way, Chair, the reason why I'm abreast on this one, your sister committee, the Committee of Finance, came to Migori County to also look at the pending bills. If you look at the budget that we were implementing in 2024, in our supplementary budget, we increased the amount to cater for this. And the 1.7 mentioned, we paid up to 1.3. We paid, and the bank statements will vindicate us. So what remained pending in this period was 400. What is currently pending from 2024-2025 is another 400, and both pendencies or what is pending are provided for. The repayment plan are provided for in what is with the control of budget. We inadvertently literally took the directive to mean just forward. So we did not annex it.
I think that is a disclosure that I hope you had made earlier, that there's another committee that came to Migori to look into the same matter. So clerk, can we check with the finance committee what their findings were and if they did a much deeper analysis, so we can tie our observations with those of the finance committee? I think that would be much better than asking the same questions. But generally, Auditor General, keep this in view, do a very deep analysis as you now transition to accrual basis. So this matter still remains unresolved, and we will proceed very quickly. The next issue is fiscal responsibility principle on wage bill. We have already discussed that. Delayed confirmation in employment, OAG says that is addressed. Compliance with ethnic and special needs in the staff composition. I believe that our sister committee on cohesion is dealing with this. Have you appeared before it?
Yes, we have.
So we'll cross-reference with our sister committee on that. Violation of 1/3 rule on net pay. This is a problem arising from national government fiscal policies. Is that the cause, or there are other local causes?
The main cause is some of these non-discretionary deductions. People normally borrow, but when things become non-discretionary, you can fall below the radar or below.
Fine. So this one, Auditor General, keep it in view. Failure to customize schemes of service to suit the county executive. I can see you have said that the Public Service Board has begun working on the schemes. Again, the Auditor General has proposed that they keep it in view. Understaffing of County Attorney's Office, we have discussed. Non-compliance with AGPO. We might talk of progressive realization. This can be kept in view by the OAG as proposed. Payment to the Council of Governors.
That may be, Chair, because the violation of this provision of law is really rampant in many county governments and even CDF. Governments do not find it useful to deal with this law. Some say because maybe the youths, the disabled, the women are not able to raise funds. Maybe we can just hear from the governor what they are doing or the steps they are taking towards realization of AGPO. I know some counties like Uasin Gishu in 2018 had a very innovative way of putting some seed capital of about 50 million into a cooperative so that these groups under AGPO can borrow money and the county governments pay through that account. The SACCOs then deduct the money, their money for the on behalf of the government, and they give the groups a profit. What is your view on this? Because it has really been flouted.
The true issue here is capacity building. The true issue here is entrepreneurial ability, and it continues being a challenge. This one, so it is progressive. It's work in progress.
So we could say it's progressive, but we all know that it's been abused. You talked of, because e-procurement, if you remove the human element and go digital, would probably deliver certain outcomes more impartially. But you mentioned that e-procurement has hit a snag.
Procurement, when the delegated legislation was tabled before the county assembly, no, the National Assembly. The National Assembly torpedoed it, and the situation in which we are, there is no clarity as to what we need to do from the CS Treasury. There is no circular. There is nothing. We recently sought through COB direction, but nothing has availed itself as to what we need to do, what procurement method needs. We trained our officers. There is nothing doing.
I thought I heard the CS in his speech, what we traditionally call the budget speech, talk about it, and also listen to him quarrel accounting officers for resistance. So from where you sit as a governor and as a CEO, do you feel like we have the right instruments to compel county governments to go e-procurement right now? Instruments being the law, being systems, being people and procedures?
We create a framework that the counties can adopt by themselves, but centralization through control, through management of personnel and all these things, we are of the view that those are clawbacks to devolution. Because a time comes where the officer motioning that is an officer that is not accountable to the county unit. You input in the system is down, you want it in good time, it doesn't respond. So because of value for money and the need to do things efficiently, yes, a law can be put in place, but the control centers should be at the counties. A generic law for all counties to enforce e-procurement, but not one that is controlled by people who don't respond to the county's pace.
As we speak now, would you direct your officers to go e-procurement as prescribed by Treasury? And if not, what is it that needs to be done?
A generic legislation that can be domesticated by county assemblies, then we can be oversighted on how we are complying. But control of an entire system at a national level for the 47 counties, a system that you have no say as to when to activate it or deactivate it, stall it or enhance it, is a challenge. I think we are reaching a stage where there are certain things that, given capacities of counties, should be left to them to observe, except the regulation. If counties had all their laws relating to procurement is they have all the resources it requires, which they have, and they do it. But this process is being handled by what I would call reluctantly faceless people. You don't know which officers. It is shut down at times. You don't have it.
I think the face of the system in this committee is Madam Edith. Do you have any information on e-procurement and what needs to be done, or you can relay this information back to the office?
Chair, I can relay this information to the office, but even in the government itself, we've not started. But I'm sure we can only know that it's not working when we start, even in the counties. But I believe it shall work.
Okay, Senator.
Yeah, this information. I am from State House and I met CS Treasury. And actually the PS was also there. So we were just discussing how they are faring on the implementation of the e-procurement. And I'm sure Treasury, they have done theirs as a ministry. To give example to other ministries that are very slow in actually taking up the system. So one of the things actually the CS said, people are saying it's difficult to actually upload this system and all that. And which is intentionally, according to me, people are intentionally refusing to go the e-procurement. And I think it has to be enforced. And for the counties, of course, many of them will say that there is no network. Yeah? And that is what we had a challenge with, even with the IFMIS system before. And one of the things I proposed, all the counties that are not going to go e-procurement, no budget for them. That should be the only way that they can enforce. because it's really difficult and people are protesting. So that is my position, and we had a chat with them, but they are really pushing counties and ministries to make sure that they have gone the e-procurement. I thank you.
I saw the CS of National Treasury yesterday, before you had your show in the evening yesterday, insisting that, I don't know, and I think if I had the governor correct, that I thought the national and county governments compliment, and the fact that members of National Assembly shot down that proposal last. I thought we should not bring it up to the table because the Minister of National Treasury does not have power to direct counties on this issue of e-procurement until we legislate. So I think we should leave it at there until this matter is properly legislated before National Assembly and the Senate. And then now counties can take it up at that point in time, because we have had counties that even access, and you remember even during elections that they have to be innovative in terms of provision of coverage of network. So if you are discussing about e-procurement at this point in time for counties, I think it is premature until and unless it is becoming a legislative proposal. When the CS of National Treasury yesterday spoke and say accountants and everybody's, it is his right to quarrel the national government officials because he's the minister, he can direct policy. But on counties, I don't think it would be fair to them to take it up. And you remember even when Governor Orengo of Siaya appeared on the issue of when we asked him about the markets and the industrial parks, he was arguing that they were just given a model from Nairobi, there were no variation. You find a model of constructing an industrial park somewhere in Vihiga is the same as in Mandera. Yet the climatic conditions is totally different. So I think this issue of e-procurement, we should not allow to go beyond here until we have a proper law in place. But for now, the CS for National Treasury can rant against these officers, which is his domain, but the county should be respected and left to it until we pass the legislation.
I think that would settle it. Maybe very brief one now.
Yeah, Chair. The issue of e-procurement is a novel idea for transparency, but the person who controls it, why should counties, be it Isiolo, be it Homa Bay or Migori, be held or be constrained by the pace of another officer who is not responsive? So if legislation is to be done, let us obligate counties to do their own legislation, then oversight them if they are not implementing it. But to be at the mercy of a person who does not account to you, when they block the system, they do not take the flak. When you say that there is no internet, you take the flak. That kind of arrangement is chaotic.
Okay, it's something that we'll keep an eye on, and as it unfolds, I believe we'll be seized of it at some point. We proceed. The next issue was payment to the Council of Governors. This is not a matter subject to debate. I think this one will be getting a report from the EACC.
But Chair, it would be interesting to hear from the governor, because he has been here again, I repeat, and he knows how we used to handle it. And so, what is the explanation, really, Governor? Why do you continue committing
when we were here,
illegality? Yes.
When we were here, our resolution was different than the resolution that we have here. But allow me to speak as the chair of legal committee.
Order, Governor. You cannot mislead this committee.
Correct.
The resolution of the House was captured in the first fiduciary risk report, which I tabled and was adopted by the House when I was the chair. So I do not think that that resolution of the House was valid. But let's hear your
Chair,
views.
before he comes on board, as the chair of legal, as he has said, there is no legal backing to this expense, both the Lake Victoria Economic Bloc and Council of Governors. And Chair, to be fair, we have made a generic decision as a House. So even if we give a chance to Governor to explain, it will not change the position that we have adopted as the House. So we should move to other audit queries and allow on the two issues of, and we have even Council of...
Senator Cherargei, I am sure there is a reason why the vice chair asked that question.
No, I'm
So
not. As he speaks,
just allow him to get his answer.
as he responds to vice chair, he should know that it will fall by the sword.
Yes, it will not change our position.
And
but,
even during council of...
unless vice chair you want to withdraw, but I believe...
No, it's not
believe
withdrawing.
There's a reason why you asked that question.
Can I get home where I was going?
Yes.
Yes. I think the another issue we have to agree, and maybe as he responds to the vice chair, is also these economic blocks, number one. And even council of speakers, is it CAF? And then there was SOCAT, the one for table of clerks. So, and what I would like to add on what the vice chair has asked, I would want to ask from the chair of legal, Governor Senator Uchila Ayako, is there any legislative proposal to anchor this COG and other economic blocks so that you can get this subscription? Thank you.
From where we sit as the Committee of Legal, the Legal Committee of the Council of Governors, we are of the respectful view that subscription to the Council of Governors is not precluded by any law. We are also of the respective view that subscription to the regional economic blocks is not precluded by any law. We say so because we believe that in the budgeting processes that we go through by the Assembly, we budget for these monies. We also remit these monies to the Council of Governors and also to these regional blocks. They are public entities as far as we are concerned and are audited. Well, there is the contention that the Council of Governors is funded by the national government, but the Council of Governors, if you look at it, it's now an extension of the activities that counties do. For instance, when we were looking at SHA and the legislation relating to SHA, all the 47 counties tasked our health committee and its secretariat to look at each and everything so that we would be able to handle this. If you look at what, and this is out of the view, the Senate may not see it or the National Assembly, how much money that is available to the Council of Governors. If we leave it to National Treasury to fund it, they will give a token, then the council is not functional, then every county will be left to his own device and mercy to do this. So our position has been that, and as a chair of that legal committee, I actually find it very difficult to give a contrary position because that is the legal position we have. And if I am to suggest, I don't know, you may not buy this, we can seek a legal advisory on this and see if we are running afoul any legislation. I am of the view that we are not offending any legislation. Kenya, and including Senate, also has associations, sporting or otherwise, with other entities, and you subscribe, and you put it in your budget, and you account for it. This is how devolution grows. So that is my respectful...
Maybe, Chair, just for a follow-up, are you aware of the provisions of Section 37 of the Intergovernmental Relations Act?
Yes, I am.
2012?
Yes.
Which provide that the national government will cater for the Council of County Governors. This law, since 2012, has not been changed, this provision. So you said that you want some slack so that you can, some further indulgence so that you can discuss this. What has changed according to you? Because you used to be very emphatic.
Vice Chair,
yes.
Let me dissuade you from that line because I think you have ably demonstrated that the governor has changed his mind since he left the Senate. You have ably demonstrated it. The law as is what the auditor has cited. What we must work on is to amend the law to allow what you're talking about. In the last parliament, when I chaired the Devolution Committee, I moved amendments to the Intergovernmental Relations Act Senator Omogeni, on, I think at committee stage, which is perfectly legitimate. In fact, that is what we must do as legislators, made further amendments to strengthen and entrench COG and to provide for various funding mechanisms. The House, we went on recess before the matter could have been concluded. So that amendment died. I think an amendment has already been introduced in this House, in this Parliament, on that matter. And I think that is what we need to fast track. Instead of wasting time going for opinions, let us just structure the law in such a way that it is so clear that anybody can read it and appreciate what it is. For now, we will not vacate from the position because this was a resolution that was adopted by the House.
I wanted to say something. Huh?
Yes, Senator Migori.
You know, it's good to listen to the Governor of Migori when he's trying to expound on the work that COG does. And I don't think there is anybody here who is a friend of devolution who can doubt what the Council of Governors has done to defend devolution. If you read our law reports, you will see a number of cases where COG has gone to court and obtained very progressive jurisprudence in defense of devolution. We have just come from Homa Bay. That was organized by, I believe, COG. That conference was organized by COG. That conference was sponsored. We made contribution as Senate, National Assembly.
Jointly organized.
Yes. So I think we also need to be fair to COG. What we should maybe focus on is to inquire whether money that goes to COG is audited, whether it is spent for purposes that can be aligned with the devolution. But I think if we are progressively moving towards anchoring COG in the law, because we all appreciate that IGTRC is an extension of executive, they can't defend devolution really. We should, I think, be alert to the fact, Chair, that COG is there to complement the good work that devolution is meant to do for our counties.
Within the meaning of the...
And then finally, I think the chair is telling us that there is a legal provision under which they think COG is anchored.
Can I explain a bit?
Honorable members, this is 3 million Kenya shillings out of a budget of 8 billion. I still have, this is issue number 18, and we still have up to issue number 38. I think we have more important matters to discuss in this report. We are open to that conversation with the council, and we are not saying the council is illegal. The council is not illegal. It is in law. Even CAF is not illegal. Our contention is its financing. And since we said that and accountability. So let's leave this. The EACC has told us that they are also thinking through certain practical applications. Perhaps when the EACC comes, we shall have agreed on a framework. But the ultimate thing is to adjust the law to make it fit for purpose. So for 3 million, let's not spend more than 1 minute.
Chair, there is also 2 million to LREP. You know, there is also 3 million, that is question number 18 and 2 million for LREP.
Because again, for the regional blocks,
yes.
I've had the privilege of chairing the devolution committee. Again, we had a legislative proposal that was then sponsored by Senator Rosa Nyamunga.
Yes.
I know it collapsed, but I know within the devolution committee there is some legislative initiative to ensure that we provide recognition for the regional blocks.
And I think, Chair, even in your county, the report I have is that as the devolution was undergoing, they raised over 400 million. So we need to know how these activities are done by COG, and the only way, Governor, is for it to be in law so that we can say no AG. Because looking at how the function was carried, I don't think it contributed more, it consumed more than 200 million. but they raise over 400 million. So, Chair, that is including the
no,
Senate contribution.
Members, these are things.
Yes,
these are things.
funded, yes.
Part of the solution. Part of the solution. Part of the solution is in our hands. Yeah, part of the solution is in our hands. So let's not spend more time than is necessary on this particular
In fact,
matter.
the PSC should be surcharged to return our money.
Yeah, let it be on record. It's the Speaker, it's the House that made a contribution. National Assembly and Senate.
So we
It's
have
got,
surcharged.
it's got, if you want to surcharge, you surcharge the speakers of the two houses, not PSC.
I think on the second limb, or honourable members, on the COG we had clear recommendations. On the second limb, management seeks the committee's indulgence for further discussion. I think we put it on record that the Senate is working on a proper legal framework through the devolution committee to regularize this. And that applies to both COG and this issue of the regional blocks. I think let's leave it at that and we can proceed to the other issues. Sorry, over there? On regional blocks? No. Yeah, there is. Remember devolution committee, Senator Muma, yeah, they did a mapping of laws related to devolution that needed to be amended. So they are working on something. It was supposed to be an omnibus amendment, but I think they were advised to do separate
Why can't you advise he says he chairs the legal committee.
Yes.
I think they should have, I don't think there's anything wrong in partnership. Let them partner with MoMA.
In terms of public
let them partner with MoMA, look at the, the gaps in the law, and then they make a proposal. I think we would like to see COG properly anchored in law. They do a good work.
Correct.
So maybe instead of paying you a courtesy call, they should go to the committee of MoMA in tying up the
they don't need
the
to
gaps.
pay me any call. But what we are doing is we are talking about the law as is, but we're also taking note of initiatives aimed at regularizing it. Let's go to 120 million on county scholarship programs. That's why I didn't want to spend too much time on the 5 million. Again, for purposes of efficiency, Governor, 120 million went to the Migori County War Development Fund for bursaries. The irregularity there is that there were no regulations and there was no scholarship policy. Now, when a fund is established, regulations must also be published to guide in withdrawals. So do we have regulations for this fund?
Thank you, Chair. We have, and we, over the same matter, have appeared and are appearing again before your sister committee, Education Committee, on this.
Okay, that's fine to get that background. Are there regulations? Because what you have done here is only to annex the policy. Now, policy and regulation obviously are two different things. The two things queried by the auditor, no regulations and no scholarship policy. We haven't gotten to the intergovernmental agreements yet. So, are the regulations available? And have they been approved by the county assembly?
Yes, they have been approved by the county assembly. The policy, as we are trying to review it, to update it. It was a 2019 one approved then. In our view, the policy is, up to now, was detailed enough to be able to guide on what was happening.
No, Governor, just specifically, our recommendation is that to urgently develop and implement regulations for efficient administration of the program. I would have expected that you'd also annex a copy of the regulations for the fund. This is very easy. If you have regulations, I think you have the power. You have the power to do so.
We have a detailed policy. We may not have had a regulation, but we're in the process of working on it.
So then
it
is irregular, because you can't draw from a fund without regulations, control of budget.
And even if they
control of budget, how are they drawing from the fund without regulations?
Chair, it's not a fund. It's just titled as a fund.
Migori County Ward Development Fund.
That is the title, but it's not a separate fund.
It should be.
So it is a line budget item.
It's a line budget item.
What do you call it? Bursary?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is what it is. We don't have a fund by that title. That
Auditor General, this was your observation, because when you ask for regulations, you're assuming a fund has been established.
What made you think that as the wage?
Auditor General, please.
Yeah, sure. They normally have Migori County Development Fund, which they even submit financial statements. So the key thing here is about the
So there's a
fund. There's a fund.
Governor,
Migori County Fund.
Governor, have you established a fund or not?
No, we have not established a fund by that description, but the line item, that is the title, because it goes towards funding bursaries, but there is no separate and distinct fund run and going by that title.
Auditor?
So is your assertion, Governor, that there is no fund? But the auditor is saying there is a fund. You are saying it's a budget line. Governor, let me assist you. When you say it's a budget line, do you have a copy of the budget of that year under review so that you can see if it is a budget line then?
If we look at the note on transfer to other government entities, there is a Ward Development Fund where 120 million was transferred. Auditor, is that the one you're referring to?
Chair, which page?
Page 38. On the notes?
Yes, Chair.
It is there.
And you see, they also prepare financial settlement for Migori County Development Fund.
Yet there are no regulations.
And
that's what we are querying.
This is 120 in notes number.
Governor, I think we need to be more precise in our and be more factual.
Yeah.
The auditor says that he has even seen financial statements prepared for that fund.
And it is 120.
So how do you have financial statements prepared, a fund established without regulations?
Chair, maybe in addition, is it World Development Fund and both years have been 120 million? Both years. Is this what, Chair, you are calling Vitu kwa Kalatas?
Yes. We agree with the Auditor General that there are no regulations. We shall invoke the necessary clauses of the PFM Act and regulations and pronounce ourselves on the sanctions that should apply. There's a bigger business of intergovernmental agreements when it comes to bursaries. Governor, you may want to inform us what has been the conversation. You remember the control of budget had declined to allow withdrawals for these bursaries, and there was a little bit of a stalemate. What is the current position?
And again, this also underscores the importance of the Council of Governors. The Council of Governors Education Committee engaged the Department of Education. A memorandum of understanding has been drawn that fits what the Constitution stipulates, a function that is at another level. There could be an agreement on how to deal with it. But insofar as our county of Migori is concerned, we did not offer bursaries because of the back and forth that arose out of it. Although we have signed the memorandum, and in the current budget, we have allocated some amount that may be applied in that direction.
So, OAG, we agree with you on lack of regulations. I believe that is an offense under the Act and regulations. The PFM regulations, we'll pronounce ourselves on that. But also, when you're doing the subsequent audit, find out how they have treated this fund and how they've treated this scholarship program and whether whatever policy they've come up with is consistent with what the law requires.
Chair, you have mentioned that there was a fund. We still maintain that there wasn't a fund in the sense that the law knows what a fund is.
But in your financial statements, there is a transfer. There's a transfer here.
On
you can see
page
120 million.
38, number 4, transfer to
sent to a fund. Because otherwise, if it was a line budget item, we would have found it in the expenditure of the Ministry of Education or of the other various departments. When it's transferred like this, it means it's ring-fenced. And that is what a fund does.
And that is why, Chair, with tremendous, I think the people who signed off these financial statements, we must pronounce ourselves. Because they are also misleading governor that there is no fund, yet in their own financial statement or note number 4 transfer that it in fact, governor, it is on 2 financial year. You have consistently allocated 120 million. So who is misleading the other? And governor, you know the gospel truth of your assertions here is your own financial statements. It is on page number 38, Ward Development Fund in both subsequent years under the prior year and the year under review is 120 million.
I still indicate that the wording there, the wording fund there is a misnomer. The administration of this,
What is misnomer, governor?
If I may complete, the administration of...
What is misnomer? Some of us are not good at English. Can you... Is it a mistake? What do you mean by
my
misnomer?
very good friend, Senator Cherargei, is a very sharp advocate, and he should be able to miss the word fund. The administration of this amount of money for bursaries is domiciled in the Department of Education in an account run by the Department of Education. How it is captured here as a fund does not fit or is not in the context of how funds are established within the law. That's what we are saying here. So maybe the way forward is the auditors to look at it and the manner in which it's established and see if they are in concurrence that it's not a fund. The expenditure is there, the vote is under that department. It's just how it has been accounted for.
Okay, auditor, you'll advise us because we know the kind of games, and maybe when you sat as chair, you know the kind of games some counties play when it comes to ring-fencing things, calling them funds, and yet they're not funds. It has happened in emergency relief supplies. You have seen that in certain counties, I'm not going to mention them, that they will create funds, but then they operate in a space of purgatory. It's called a fund, but it has no regulations, so they can get away with anything. I hope this is not one of those cases. Let's ask the Auditor General to keep this in view. Honorable members, the next issue, from issue number 21 all the way to issue number 35, 36, the committee had the same recommendation. There are about 15 issues to do with projects and various issues. For example, on the first issue, you find that drainage works were not done due to inadequate funds. The second one is about variations. The third one is project was reported to be complete, but it didn't look complete. If you look at all these issues, it points to systemic weaknesses when it comes to project management and monitoring. We also talked about ensuring that there are adequate budgets for completion of projects. And thirdly, we told the OAG to keep the matters in view. And I would like to add a fourth recommendation, that the County Assembly to robustly interrogate the projects that have been identified by the Auditor General, because they are boots on the ground. It would be very difficult for us to say that the Makalda, Migori, Slaughter, Magina, Orua Primary Road, that now we sat in Nairobi and confirmed that the drainage works has been done. I mean, we'll be fooling the public. So since the County Assembly does not seem to have interacted with this report, we will also be passing some action to them. That on these projects on the ground, we would challenge them to verify and ensure that they are implemented and completed as per the status update provided by the entity. But we'll ask the Auditor General to also verify and report in the next audit cycle. OAG, is there any project of the 15 where the money involved was material, very, very material, and where there was a clear illegality because there's lawfulness and efficiency. So is there one where it was clearly established that the law was not followed and there was a flagrant violation of the law and the amounts involved are also significant?
No, Chair. Our concern is just about the project management issue and the issue of the timelines, which probably you can see some of the projects are still incomplete. And probably some of the projects which are also complete, but just requires to be commissioned. So it borders around the project management issues.
But I think to be commissioned, it would be good for the governor to be commissioning, so that I think it's always exciting for governor to commission projects, so that as he pushes his own two-term, it will be easy.
What are we, is it Maram Road or tarmac?
No, he's talking about projects.
Okay.
But
I just,
yet
can I have a
commissioned
minute?
but not utilized. And
Yes.
I think I saw Chair before senior counsel comes on board. Governor, in this report, I've seen there are projects that are not utilized. It has been noted by the OAG report. Now that we are giving a summary overview or global view of the entire projects, I have seen the OAG has noted and not utilized projects. What is your position on this as Senator Okongo Mugeni comes on board? Through the chair.
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to ask Governor on the roads, Chair, because we need to move towards what the former Prime Minister of Norway called sustainable development. This query is talking about Maram roads. In the budget allocation that you get, Governor, for Migori, how many kilometers in tarmac do you do every financial year? Like in your 5-year tenure, how many roads would you have tarmacked? Because what I'm saying here is Maram roads.
I will have tarmacked 14 kilometers only for 5 years.
How do we attain sustainable development? Because, you know, if you do Maram, you will Maram this financial year and you'll do Maram the following financial year. Is that sustainable development for the people of Migori? 14 kilometers for 5 years. An allocation of how many billions? That's about 50.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. The county of Migori has the least number of kilometers of tarmac road, both at the county level and the national level as an obligation. To tarmac 1 kilometer of road is a cost that is known to all of us. It's a lot of money here in Kenya. We have...
How much is it?
Low volume.
It's about how much?
Maybe you have Chief of Staff Roads or CCO?
I didn't invite them here, but it ranges upwards. I'm not so sure, but it ranges upwards of 50 million.
50 is a high volume.
Is high volume. This should be 30-35, thereabout.
Yeah, but these are the facts I want to say about the roads. In Migori, we have roads that are 9 meters and below in width, 7,461. And 9 meters and above, 5,033 kilometers. We are neighboring Kisii and Nyamira, and there are lots of rainfall. So every long and short rain, we require actually 10 billion to maram and keep them. What we can set aside for roads annually is less than $1 billion. The challenge is every member of the county assembly would like to have some road done in their region. If you try to do tarmac road in certain places, you will make certain regions appear to be marginalized, represented by angry members. So we try in the interest and out of principle of equity to just maintain and maram where we can. If we had more money, we would be able to handle it. You will also sympathize with us. Our development aspect, the vote, is fairly limited. If we just focused on doing roads, we would not manage to sustain it. But I hear you. What we have been doing lately is to embrace broad-based development, and out of it we have a significant amount of roads being tarmacked. We take credit for asking for it, and the national government takes credit for implementing it, and we all clap and cheer, and night in, night out, our people are happy, we are also happy. Thank you, Chair.
There's nothing called broad-based development, Chair, and that shouldn't be on record. You know, the way we do our development, it's known, you know it, and you are a senior lawyer, alliance trained. Our budget making process doesn't know anything about broad-based. Our national values in Article 10 is equity, to develop the entire nation, whether we are in broad-based or not broad-based. For your information, when you see roads in Homa Bay, roads are also being made in Nyamira, and I'm not sure whether we are in broad-based or we are outside broad-based.
But
so
Chair,
development is for everybody,
Chair,
Governor.
but in Nyamira, it is only Okongo Mugen who is not in broad-based. The entire MPs, including the governor, is in. No, he's misleading. That's why I'm going to correct the perception he's creating.
No,
everybody is in broad-based.
To go back to the point I was making.
ODM should punish him for undermining the decision of the.
Now,
ODM.
to go back to the point I was making, which should be of concern, Chair, is that you know, when will the dream of devolution be realized? If, as Governor says here, all that our counties can do is to maram roads. Yet in the Constitution you will see on division of functions, roads, some roads have been allocated to counties. I think you need to give us an answer that gives future, some hope to the people of Migori that even counties can tarmac their roads. That's the only way we'll attain sustainable development. But maraming, you will do it this year, next year, another governor will come, maram, but we will not see change. I expected you to give me an answer that gives some hope that you can do better than 14 kilometers in terms of tarmac.
I want first to thank the Senate, and I also want to thank the Council of Governors for fighting and pushing for additional allocation for roads development in counties. I want to express my disappointment at what the Court of Appeal has done by not allowing more monies for roads to come to counties. But here is what is happening. Broad-based is just a term. It's not a legal jargon, but
I think we'll allow, the same way we allowed Sangwenya to go on record, we can also allow broad-based to go on record. Broad-based.
Glory to glory.
Broad-based is actually the other name for inclusivity. The national government has broadened its engagement with all sectors. And what Migori County has done, Migori County, in the interest of interdependence and intergovernmental relationship, we have prioritized roads. We know that the
how many kilometers is the national government doing in the entire of Migori County? Tarmac.
What I know is that in this financial year, there is allocation of upwards of 2.7 billion to start them. The kilometers, in every constituency, there is a new road that has been earmarked and budgeted for tarmacking. In all of these years of hard politics, nothing that wonderful has happened in that part of the world. I know that in a law, strict law, development is the entitled of everybody, but every government has, or every administration has discretion. Nyamira, and your governor is our good friend, he is very broad in his approach also. And that is why some of those roads are being done.
No, actually, just for the record,
I think avoid speaking for Nyamira.
Yeah, every road
stick to Migori.
It tells me in our Council of Governors.
No, I just wanted to, for the record, the governor.
And Chair, to say broad, it does not mean much if he says he's broad.
No, okay. That
Just
doesn't matter, but let him stick to Migori.
So for the record, Governor, we have tarmacs. I mean, I know, for example, in Borabu, we have 62 kilometers of tarmac. but they were not procured under the current regime. It's a work that is ongoing, is progressive. The new regime found the work already commissioned, and I think they have done what is reasonable to continue and finalize. We don't have any new roads being contracted for, but what was already being done by the previous administration is being finalized, just like the good roads in Kisumu, which were started under the previous regime. Credit should go to the
for Migori,
to the policy of government being a going concern. Now, whatever you find
for Migori, a new road will start at a place called Kanyawanga, Madiaba, Dede, Odongoer, to Riri in Rapogi back to Awendo. A new road is starting at Stella, going to Gogo, all the way back to Oyani. A new road is starting at Suna East in Posta, all the way to Makalda, where we have Kipes. A new road is leaving Suna West at a place called Nambakodero to Meoru. A new road is starting at Masara to Sori. A new road is starting all the way from Taranganya to Loliondo in Kilgoris. A new road is starting in very many places, at a place called Kababu, Bondonyironge, and all the way to Meoru. So all of these are, I think these engagements are good for democracy. They are not necessarily engagements that undermine democracy. When it comes to re-election, the national administration will indicate what they have done for
I think you are going into terrain that is not within the mandate of this committee. Honorable members, we bring back this conversation to what must be done here. On the projects, we have given our recommendation to keep in view the assembly to look at the grassroots issues and the county to demonstrate a proper program project management and monitoring system. And I think that if you need to benchmark, you can benchmark with Makwiny. Makwiny has got a very good dashboard where the governor has visibility on all the projects that are running. Is able to tell at which phase a project is. So this is something that we want the OAG to keep in view. On internal controls, risk management and governance, there were officers without job designations. The auditor says it has been addressed. And then the final issue there is lack of segregation of duties in processing of payment of salary arrears. The Auditor General says that 46 million was paid as salary arrears. However, the tabulation, verification, and payment authorizations were done by a single officer. 46 million, one person tabulates, the same person verifies, and the same person authorizes payment. What is this if this is not fraud? The county has not responded. Governor, you didn't have a response on this?
Allow me to apologize, but let me indicate that when the issues that we were asked to respond to were brought to us, it was not among them. This is in the primary audit query, which we had responded to earlier. So
and that earlier response was not satisfactory. I think what happened here is that our recommendation was not captured. So for this, let the Auditor General keep it in view, and if you establish that this was the fact, then this is a matter for direct referral to EACC. This is not a matter for negotiation. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our report of from Migori County Executive. As we stated at the beginning, the report on receipt of revenue will require special focus in light of the bottom line seemingly dropping by 70 million, and we shall communicate when and where we shall have that conversation. There's also going to be another conversation on HR, even though at 38% of total revenue, perhaps you might not feature among the 10 list of shame. But in the event that you find yourself in that list of shame, then we'll have to invite you for another conversation. Our greatest exception has been on the manner in which we have dealt with pending bills. We feel that we have not gotten the right visibility, and as we directed, we had said by close of business, but it's almost close of business. By close of week, Dr. Please make sure you've got visibility on that. Let it be copied to the Senate so that we can be able to write a report on the basis of verifiable evidence. Closing remarks, if any?
I think we can donate for you to close for us.
Governor, I will donate. I will donate to my vice chair, because him and Governor Ochilo used to wield very sharp knives when they sat on this side. Governors would complain that their questions were too hard. So, Vice Chair, anything in closing?
Yeah, thank you, Governor, for finding time to come to this committee. You and I and the rest of the senators believe that Senate is there because of the need to defend devolution. And there are many instances that you can quote where the National Assembly and Treasury have tried to reduce the amount of funding coming to the counties. In 2018, we had 314 billion. 2019, they wanted to come to 310 billion. We refused. You are here at that time. In last financial year, we had in 2022 we had 385 billion. In 2023, it was supposed to come down to 380 billion. We refused as Senate and pushed it to 387 billion. So we have been here to make sure that counties get adequate funds. Now, the issue of coming here to account is not negotiable. And I'm very happy because then you've not changed much. When you're a senator, you believe that we must account, and even now you're coming. And there have been quotas within our leadership which have indicated that county assemblies should be the ones to oversight county governments. I know the way county assemblies are made. They're not well, they don't have that wherewithal to oversight governors. So I still feel as we build capacity on the assemblies, we really should come to the Senate. Examples are abound, like there are county assemblies up to now which have not looked at these audit reports and done their reports, tabled their reports and recommendations. So we feel that the Senate is the place to account and to defend devolution. Thank you so much for coming. When you come here, it's not only looking at the issues of accountability, but you also build the capacity of the officers whom you have tagged along. So keep it up. We'll continue sharpening our knives as we have done before. And talk to the rest of the members in the Council of Governors who are averse to appearing before this committee. And we want at one point, when the assemblies are well constituted and given capacity to do this audit, then you come here to only do policy issues, looking at the laws that are supposed to be changed so that it strengthen devolution. Otherwise, for me, devolution is the best thing that ever happened to Kenya. And we must all strive to make sure that devolution works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Governor.
Thank you. I have only 3 brief remarks to make. One is to appreciate the invitation that we normally receive to appear before the Senate. When we appear before the Senate, we appear here to defend devolution. It is in this appearance that Kenyans get to hear our responses to concerns that have been objectively highlighted by the Office of the Auditor General and other oversight institutions. It is in these appearances that you get to understand us so that you can effectively represent us. So as for me, appearance before the Senate has always been my duty. I do it, I receive corrections, and I also understand what devolution means. I recently came by some allegation that the Senate is a place where bad things are done. I will personally say that I am not a witness to that. I know that the Senate is a good place. People must always appear before the Senate and account for the law that they are obligated to follow, the funds placed under their charge, and their performances, and I'll be always appearing. Lastly, I want to request the Senate, as you establish as a parliament the legislation relating to CDF, which I support, I have no problem with it, and the funding that has something to do with the NGAF, I have no problem with it, and the oversight funds. I want to implore upon you that unless and until you are in a position to determine the amounts, then you might create something that will ultimately get you out of the serving table. So Senate must also push forward for amendment of the Constitution that will enable you to determine the allocations. If you don't, the counties are doomed, you are doomed, and the nation is doomed. Thank you very much.
I think having gotten there, the person who is most relieved is Madam Florence Echien. You thought we had forgotten about you. You are lucky the boss spoke, so you cannot speak after him. But we want to encourage the audit committee to provide prudential guidance to the county to ensure that we do not deal with some of the things that have come here, like paragraphs, compliance with IPSAS, missing annexures, small things that should not be coming to the Senate. We wish you safe journey back. I think the Vice Chair had said everything that we needed to say, and we shall advise you on the next engagement, whether it will be through written submissions or it will be through physical appearance before the committee.
We can visit Migori.
Yeah, or we can visit Migori. And I think that we especially for these follow-up meetings, sometimes it's important to hold the meetings within the counties, because even like the 15 projects of roads, infrastructure, it's a waste of time to consider them in Nairobi. Deputy Governor, I think you are learning well.
Yeah, thank you very much for discussion. The discussion has been informative, and I have learned a lot that goes on these forums. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the governor is doing you a great favor, because for him is a well of experience, having been a member of parliament, having been a minister, having been a chair of PIC, having been a senator, having been a head of a state corporation, chair of PAC, and now governor. So you must pull up your socks so that you can learn quickly to be at the same level with him. Governor, it's a good sign that you can have that kind of complementarity between you and your deputy. So we wish you a safe journey back. The meeting is adjourned.